And we are live. Hello, everyone. And we are beginning now. And for a minute there, I had the other screen on before I got to this part. This is the little intro screen I have. So welcome, everybody. You could be watching this from anywhere around the country or the world, so welcome. And we'll talk about some different things tonight and do the game as well. And now I'll switch to the other screen. Alright, so hello, everybody. I hope that everybody has had a good week so far. And I'll talk about some different news and things I like with some of the trials stuff I like to talk about, like the Rust trial. I'll talk about that. And also, I do the game. I'm about to do that in a moment. And then later on, we'll get into the other topics and stuff. And I'll talk about the different things while I do that. And now I'm about to see the comments. Hello, Sarah. Good to see you. And hello, Mary. Yeah, I remember, Mary, we were talking about the Nephilim back when I was in, say, high school, 8th grade, I'd say high school, around that time. I was telling you about the Nephilim, and you didn't think they were in the Bible, but they actually were. But I'll talk about it while I do the game, which I always do the game first, and we get into the other things. And the weather has been very beautiful today. And, right. I'll tell you about the Leprechauns and stuff. Okay, now we're going to put the game on, see how that goes, doing the game. As we usually do. Alright. And I'll talk about the different things while I do the game, as we always do here. Then I'll get into other things. Okay. Alright. Okay, Sarah. Sarah will be listening, and she'll be out of chat, but she'll be listening. Alright. And we're going to move this microphone so I can see the rest of the screen. And put that there. And we see Bubbles, the cat, is in the background making sounds because he's excited and not focusing on himself. And here we go. So those that are coming through, I play a game in the beginning before while I talk about different topics and things. Alright. Now what I'm doing is I'm typing something in the chat about what I do so the people that come in can understand what's going on, just in case there's people that might be new that might not understand what's going on here. I say I talk about topics and play game, but I get into more detail as the night goes on. These are late night specials, as I said, because it's significantly late, and we have our little group here. So that's what we have. All right. Okay. Now we're going to take this down here, and we are ready to play. And my wallpaper is nice. As I said, this system, they have different types of. It has like night and day wallpaper, like transitions, because it's an advanced thing. A little bit different than the other computers, and basically it's the landscape of like the beach of California with the horizon, the water, and beach and the rocks and flowers. It's a drawing of it. It's like an animation. It's really nice. That's why I look blue looking. Well, I look white looking because of this thing, the game. Now the water looks a little bit more. The water looks more green looking, so they must have done something different here. Hello, Billy. Nice to have you on board. Hello, Amanda. Nice to see you as well. I think it's fascinating. I want to answer your question, Amanda. I'm really fascinated that this water is a different color now. And Amanda says hi to Mary and everybody else here. And alright. Now we're going to go and drink some water. Because it's always good to, not that I have to drink water, but it's something good to do. Make sure that everything is well. That is so cool. They really changed the water in the game. Wow, they put waves in the game, chat. Look at that. That looks beautiful. That looks like it's real. Oh my goodness. Incredible. That's just incredible. Well, this is going to be a great day sailing. I'm going to repair the ship. Kind of walk around. Wow. Alright, so Amanda, I am doing good today. I watched multiple trials today, and I looked at all the different stuff that's going on, and I'm having a good day. I've been having a good week, and I saw my grandma yesterday, and I got everything fixed up for the stream tonight. It was a great week, and I've been talking to different friends and people I know online with YouTube, and I'm glad to do that. I've been making headway, and the new campaigns for the ads are going fantastic. And I'm spreading the information and word about the alien stuff, so shout out to all the new people that subscribe to the channel. I appreciate everybody. And also, everything is going great with that. And Bowles is doing good, so I'm excited. And the habanero, I think that's how that's pronounced. 2 of them have sprouted already. So basically what happened was, well, basically like what the title says. I was watching the Rust one, Amanda, and she was found guilty for not, because it has to do with when Alec Baldwin deleted the person by mistake because he was handed a gun with live rounds in it when they're not supposed to have live rounds in it. And what happened was they were given it, that she's the armorer, the one that deals with the armory, and she was found guilty for not tampering with evidence. She was found not guilty on that, but for neglect with the situation. So that's basically what I encountered with that. So also, with the Russ situation, the verdict is guilty, and they say that Alec Baldwin's trial will be in the summer at some point. And there's different trials in general that are going on about the dark things with like parents and bad things happening with their kids and stuff. So that's going on, and there is, let's see, yeah, and Amanda, so remember the Crumblies, the people that deleted that kid that shot up the school. Now the father's on trial, Amanda. So that's the new one. And hello, Mister. I mean, hello, Mr. Matt. Welcome and glad that you're here with us again. Yeah, it's a pirate's life for me. I like that. Yes. Yeah. Okay, Amanda. Yeah. And we don't know who put the bullets in the gun because it's like when they were the FBI and the different people were on the stand, it was like real bullet, fake bullet, real bullet, fake bullet. It was like real, fake, real, fake. And I was debating one of my fellow chatters, and all nothing like really serious like politics, but it's like politics in a way, and it's serious. But like I had no ill-heartedness towards the person I was speaking to. They were saying that it could be somebody was trying to use the gun for target practice and they accidentally put real bullets in there. That's a possibility. But in my opinion, I think what happened was they got there could have been some nefarious person trying to sabotage the whole thing. That's my opinion about it. And yeah, no one would have thought that there would be a real alive rounds in there. So people may have not have thought to have checked, but I guess I would say absolutely with absolute certainty, it's great to be cautious and safe and check it just to make sure. I think that's a fine. It's reasonable to for that. And also, hello DJ, and hello Bina. Welcome again because you were here like the other time before. All right. And it's for the late night special again. Okay, so Mary says it's Hab you Nario. Okay, thanks. All right, and greeting salutations. Yeah, and he said DJ said R. And do I ever sleep? Yeah, Bina, I'm. That's a good question. I'm more like a machine. That's basically what I am, and kind of like a vampire too, with a beard. And also, yeah, it's great that she came to tell us hello. And also, we have Mary that says, wasn't the girl from the trial really young? She should have never been allowed to do that. Some flaky chick. Yes, Mary, she was very young, and she was a flaky chick, and she shouldn't have been doing that. I agree. And the whole thing's going to be interesting, especially with the Alec Baldwin part. It's going to be and there's a lot of one thing I gotta say. I know there's people talking to me in the chat. Shout out to everybody in chat. I'll get to everything y'all are asking me and talking to me about in a moment. But like, there's something else I gotta mention. The other day at the trial, it was like the she was there was a someone on the stand that was talking about the guns, and he pointed it at the judge by mistake, and it made a lot of headlines. And it was this he pulled it out to show everybody in court, and he didn't make it clear it wasn't loaded, and he accidentally pointed at the judge. It's just some real wild stuff going on there. Yeah. So that was the wild trial right there, and now I'm going to go to chat and see what everybody's talking about. All right. Yeah, Spina. She says, "Oh, Ola, Alien, and Amanda and the rest of the clan." Yeah, facts. Shout out to you, Bina. Right. Oh yeah. Oh, there's something I got to do here real quick. Oh, I'll get to you, Matt, in a moment, like I told you before. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, Mary is a vampire. That's true. Yes. Okay. Yes, Matt made a good point that I did mention. FYI, her father was famous movie armorer. That's how she got cred before really earned it. Yes, yes, thanks. Oh, Bina, I do live callers. I do that here too. I have live call. I could do the callers. It's been a while since people have called in. Because I've had callers on the show before. We just haven't done it in a very, very long time. Because we haven't had the callers call in a little while, and I have been kind of doing it myself. But yes, I've done it in the past. We have interesting ones. Anybody could call in if they want to at some point in the show. Yeah, that's fine. So if anybody wanted to, I can y'all could have the floor. All right. And also the call my calls are a little bit different. It's like it's much longer. The people could talk for much longer on this one. Yeah, so as I said, I'm really marveled by this water. They made it look so different. Before it looked kind of fake, but now it looks real. Well, that would be good, Mary. I thought about you calling in before. Actually, I remember I renewed the number, which because it was like I got to renew the number because I haven't used it in a long time, and now I know just consistently call myself on there, so it doesn't. I don't have to keep renewing it, but it only happens every couple of months you don't use it. But if you keep on using it, you keep the number. And like we've had callers talk about the different aliens and things like that and stuff. All right. Okay, so we're going to have gain more greyhounds. All right. And Bina, I hope that you're having a good day, and also you too, Matt, as well, and DJ. Also, oh yeah, also Amanda too. I don't think everybody here, and also individually, talking to y'all individually. Okay, so oh yeah, we get the ship again. That's the moon right there. Looks really good. Okay, so she's saying Mary's saying you're welcome, Matt. Mary's saying alien. Did you see where I said they may have colored the water green for St. Patrick's Day? Hey, that's possible. That they I wouldn't put it to past them to do that. I thought they're making a realistic effect, but maybe they are just doing it for St. Patrick's Day or both, possibly. Oh, and I watched the movie Masters and Commanders. And it's a lot like this game. Absolutely. Also, those like that participate in the stream. If anybody that like participates that wants to be a mod, just let me know. Cause like I like having multiple mods, and also at the same time, I don't always like people they could ask, and I'll make them one. Because if people may not necessarily want the job of doing it, but those that want it, that's fine. And also, basically, I have the mod. What's it called? The because sometimes there's like trolls that would want to come in here and cause problems, and with the trolls, they try to say stupid things. We haven't had that in a while. I think that's due to people wanting to, they see there's a lot of mods here, so they don't go try to mess with their stream. Because I don't, put up with stupid people. Alright. Alright, we're getting the different ships and things like that. And also, basically, alright, hello, SE. Alright, hello, SE, good to see you. We got some more treasure. Alright, that's good. Yeah, Amanda scares him away. Exactly. Yeah, so a shout out to SE. Well, what I do, I mod the mods. So you got a couple of ships attacking me right here, and I like what we're chilling. And all right, all right. Well, we're doing pretty good tonight with sinking the ships. Sam isn't in the chat as usual. Yeah, Bina, you could curse here. You could do whatever you want here. That's fine. And it's not like ABL show. And another thing is that we got these Phantom. It's gonna go boom. Let's see. And so I'm gonna talk more like about the. So we talk about the different trials and things. Pretty cool. And also in Ukraine there was some UFOs that were spotted. I told you all that the other stream, and I put a video out about it. And I think there's some about the Titan submersible. They found out that he knew that there was something faulty in it, and he decided to go do it anyway. Yeah, shout out to Bina. She's a pirate. And now, and I'll tell her, SE, she went out just real quick to get some garbage or something. And also, another thing, I'll talk about the Nephilims and the different cryptids. Like, a cryptid is like these mythical creatures, and these fallen angel type creatures, and we're gonna get into that also. Also, one of my friends, Ross, is texting me. Shout out to him. He has a lot of funny little shorts he likes to send me. Alright, now we're going to get that ship right there. Alright, great. Yeah, Vina would be a cool pirate, and she is a cool pirate. And we got the bounty hunters coming through. Trying to attack. Okay. All right, so we got the bounty hunter. So this dude comes around to try to mess with me, but we're gonna get him. Okay. So she's going to come back. Mary Toodles, she's coming through. Alright. Yeah, it's best to go this way. Alright, so about the Nephilims. So the Nephilims are these, from the Bible, it's these offspring of fallen angels, and the humans, they're giants like Goliath, and also they, a lot of these mythical creatures like the cryptids and stuff are from these things. They like, sometimes they'll, so there's a theory they appeared as those like mythical creatures, now they appear as these aliens. That's one of the theories, but that's what it has to do with from the biblical point of view about them, from the forces of darkness. All right, I'm getting to your question in a moment, Matt, or joke or whatever. All right, let's see. Go to one of these islands and I'll continue. Alright. Answer your question. Alright. When do the aliens show up in this game? Well, actually, they show up around midnight or when your ship's about to sink and they take you away. Yeah, thank God you're a pirate. Good question, Bina. So basically, in my opinion, I think that the pyramids, which Sarah's here, she's listening right now. So her and I talk about it. So basically, what happens is the pyramids, in my opinion, were built by, or at least they were held, the aliens, the fallen angels, the Nephilim. Those things built the pyramids or helped them construct it. So I'll explain a couple of scenarios. So basically, the theory goes that you had these, these false gods, which are the fallen angels that pretended to be gods. They came here and they gave humans a bunch of technology and resources and things, and they wanted the pyramids built, and they gave them the technology to build it, and they like helped them build it. So that's what did it. And you had giants and different things like that. So they had like advanced technology, and also I'm sure the giant ones built it, helped build it as well. There's because definitely you would have there's Nephilims, very tall people, very very tall, and that you could see evidence for that archaeologically in the different parts of the world. And there's pyramids in South America and in China and across the world, and they're all adjacent to each other. Each one, and I could show you a map in a moment, that they're all like together, like something had to be orchestrating this whole thing. So, yes, I do believe that it was some supernatural or extraterrestrial help did it. And those big obtuse pyramids. Let's see. Also, let's see. This thing's open. Alright, it's gonna go to. Yes. Yes. I agree. World map. Alright, so I'm going to show you something, Bina, in chat. And everybody on here, on the channel, we have diverse opinions about the aliens and different things and what they are. Everybody has their own opinion. There's like a Chex Mix of different opinions. I'm going to show you all a picture real quick. Alright, so here we go. Alright, so you see this, Bina, and everybody? I'll try to make it bigger. You see, this is the map you have of the different pyramids. They're all adjacent to each other. And it's very interesting. You have them all over the world, and they're all these are adjacent. There are more pictures of these. There's more pyramids everywhere, but these are all adjacent, which is very interesting. All right, so now we're gonna go switch back to the other thing, to the game, and then I will get back to the other. I will go back to the Google and show you all different things on there. I just was showing you all that for a moment. Yeah, and basically with the giants, and she's saying you can see evidence of giants, petrified trees, and such too. Yeah. Show them in a flat Earth map. I could look that up, Bina. I'll look it up in a little bit. I'll keep that in mind. And so, and basically, like how this works is for those that are newer. I kind of when we have like a little group like this, I'll kind of go back and forth between the different topic, like the computer, like the internet, and this. But I eventually end the game and I go do something and like look on like the internet and look at things and show you all stuff. All right. See, that's the beautiful moon. Scurvy is not an issue, but there is a scurvy area in the game. That's a beautiful moon. Alright. So that's basically what goes on. And then, so with one of the ads I was running, we're talking about the thing with the... I had a person come through and they were talking about the leprechauns, how they were also one of those fallen angel demon things that were shape shifting into a leprechaun. Those people that saw that. And so I was looking it up, and yeah, it's a type of cryptid that was seen. I know some it may sound a bit ridiculous because a lot of these things are like mythology that people made up. Like, say I make up a story about the walking marshmallow with a smile that pulls pranks on people. That's something I made up in my head just now. But in my opinion, I believe there's truth to some of these mythological creatures were really these otherworldly beings, like demonic things that were pretending to be those things. Then now they appear as aliens. That's one of the theories, but people have a lot of different theories about them. At first, I thought the aliens were these things about, like, from another planet, but they were evil, like doing experiments on humans and stuff, and they were in cahoots with the fallen ones. Now, from what I observe from talking to different people, they are the fallen angels in a different form, the Watchers. The Watchers, which has to do with in the Bible about the fallen angels, they were to watch over us, and they weren't the first wave, like Satan and them. It was the second wave, and they came and had hybrid humans and also hybrid animals. And this is where a lot of these mythological creatures like dragons and stuff come from. So the theory is they actually existed and still exist somewhere. And yeah, they kind of go through this dimension to that dimension. Like, you'll see these UFOs, they'll come here and there, like they're passing through. Now, Joe Rogan was talking about this on his podcast about the alien interdimensional thing. And I know there's some people, this sounds like a new science fiction novel, but there's a lot of different archaeological evidence and things to support these claims. You want to know where the gold's at? Well, so the gold, it's a secret. That's where the gold is. It's in a secret place. And the only gold that isn't a secret is the ones in the ocean, where they have the Navy and the East India Company ships. They're just floating out there like sitting ducks, and you take the gold that way. Yes, you said something. Right, Matt was specifically talking about gold. Now, in my opinion, I think silver is more valuable, or I would say undervalued, and it's used in more things than gold is. But gold is nice and shiny. So they're both good metals and used for different things. So, because I'm very into precious metals. That's another interesting topic I like to look into. All right, I'm gonna go to one of the islands. Yeah, it was called Booty, Matt. And I could go look it up because I do end the game and look up stuff on the internet. So I'll look that up when we look up the other things. I'll read you all different articles and show pictures and stuff. We'll do that very soon. Very soon. I'm going to go to an island and show you all something. All kinds of little critters. Oh, okay. Let's see. We'll find an island. It's okay. I'm not fighting right now. I'm just going to float to an island and show you all some monsters. Yeah. And also, Billy says, always after the booty. Yeah, yes, indeed. And glad you all are here. Shout out to all of you. Oh, right, Matt. I understand. I have to be very specific because we get 50 million results of something that's different than what we're talking about here. Alright. Yeah, shout out to all of you. Thank you all for participating, and those that are watching. And not commenting, those that are commenting, seeing the reruns. Alright, so we're drifting into the island. Alright, so now we're going to keep on drifting into this island. You know, I remember when I was a kid, I really liked seeing the different... I like talking about the different pirate stuff and the pirate movies. I really enjoyed that. Alright, so we're at this island, everybody. Brace yourselves. So there's all kinds of different things going on here. So we have a sword, and we have some... Look, these are some zombies. These are some... an undead Spanish... right here. fighting in the graveyard. And then we're going to go and do that. We're going to, okay, we got them, got them. And there's a sword I have in here that's good for healing when things go down south, and it's right here. It's right here. We have another one that's even better than that one. That's this one, the War Cutlass. Put that there. Which I use both interchangeably. So yeah, you go here and you go fight these undead people right here, and here we go. He's about to become dead. A conquistador. And these, the graves in New Orleans look a lot like this, you see. Like this, that's what the graves look like, they're all above ground. Yeah, so we got some monsters. Let's see if they have any of the crabs. Or some wasps or some stuff. I'll have to go to another island and show you that. And then I could get into the other things. That's the sun coming up on the horizon. And that's King's Head over there. I could show you all that. Yeah, so there looks like there's no monsters here. I mean, there's monsters, but there's not like the little critters going on, those little crabs and things. Well, while we're here, I'll show you all the island. Alright, so we're going to go to this other island where you have a quick detour this way, everybody. Thank you all for liking the game. I love this game. And we're going to go here and above ground graves. Not creepy at all. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, especially during Hurricane Katrina, it was really, you just had things just popping out of the, just they had coffins everywhere over there. For graphic detail. King's Head. Alright, so this is where you have a lot of British people chilling. My dad's side's from England, so got some ancestors. You see the British are here chilling, marching for comfort. Right there. Alright, SC, thanks for chilling. I know you're triggered, Mary. I know it's traumatic. You see? Alright, so I just did that for a second to troll. I'm going to go back to my ship and show you all some more islands. And this is a grenade. Alright, so showing you all some more islands. And it's like the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. You know, it's like something, it's like a mirage. You just never eventually find it. And they have these things, and I saw a UFO one time that way. I saw it that way. It was pretty crazy. And it was like this giant blue sphere thing, and it was like levitating. It was towards the end of the night when after the ABL show, and I saw the thing levitating, and it went up, and it went down, and then it like vanished. It was some crazy stuff, and that was one of those watchers trying to watch. It's supposed to be doing its job and not trying to watch trolling me, but it is what it is. Alright, so we're going to go to an island, then we're going to go to some different... I'm going to go to the topic about the different stuff I talk about. I'm talking about them right now, but also I talk about them, like I'll show you all pictures and things. We're chilling. Island boys chilling. Driving down the highway of ships. Traffic is excitable, but we're in a fast lane right now. We're heading straight to the Outcast Island. We are almost there, and over here you have the map. I use this to navigate. You can't really see it too much because of me, my myself right there. But so you got that right there, directly going to the island. All right. They're trying to fire at me because they're trolling. They're all NPCs, by the way. All right. Okay. All right. Put it on autopilot. So yeah. So basically, an outcast island. I believe it has some of the sea creatures on land. It's pretty interesting. Okay. And Sam isn't in the game right now. He's my sidekick in the game. He's a real player. And he like helps with the repairing the ship and the cannons and stuff. And we get a lot of treasure. Shout out to him. He's also subscribed to the channel. All right, let's see some sea creatures. All right, and I don't see any sea creatures. Isn't it something? Well, okay. Okay, well, we got something here. We got this Venus flytrap right here. A Venus flytrap that's flying Venus. Okay. Throwing a grenade at it. Throwing grenades. You know, it's funny. It's like this island, it doesn't have the crabs on here. I thought it did. Well, looks like... Oh, we got some interesting... We got this... I'll have to quickly... I'm not, like, staying here to fight it, but you see this thing right there? That's a walking tree trunk. Right there. Gotta be careful with him. So that's one of the creatures on the island. It's like a... It's freaky. Alright, so now we're going to go to the other island where we have some different monsters to show you. It's like these giant crabs. I think they're on the Devil's Anvil. Alright. Alright, we're going Island Boys going to an island. Alright. So see that one, they have the crabs. Come about. Yesterday I saw this thing about the Titanic horn being blown. Well, when it was discovered, and that was pretty eerie. Alright. Mary says alien, is that what the goal of the pirate game is, to find treasure? Well, there's a series of different goals in here. There's a series of different things in here where, like, you can go on different quests to upgrade your pirate and get different levels. So it's just a giant adventure of different quests, but that's one of them, is to find treasure. In this game, we just kind of coast around and show you all different things. I don't go on the quests. That would be a bit tedious. Not that I can't do it, but it would just be more action would be given to the stream itself. All right, everybody, here's a giant crab. A big bag of crabs here. I love crabs. All right, so here we go. We have a crab right there. All right, so here we go. Fighting the crab, and it's gone. All right, and then we also have guns in this game, but they're like the old kind of guns you have from from a long time ago. So we're gonna have this. We're gonna have the mouse listen to me, and it's going to go there. And that's a pistol. And then we have the gun. Alright. This is the pistol. That's how it works, the flintlock pistol. Alright. And two of them are attacking me. That's unfortunate. And we have that. We got this little power up here that will delete them immediately. Alright. We got both of them. Alright, alright, Matt. Thank you for stopping by. Alright. So I showed you all the island, and this is one of this is Davy Jones's cave right here. And those are some of the monsters from Pirates of the Caribbean from Davy Jones's ship. Alright, just showing you all that for a second. And now I'm going to go into the other thing. I want to go to the internet. Yeah, thanks, Essie. Facts. Alright, well, we're about to go into the other part of the show. It's exciting. Okay. So, none of my friends are online. Right now, that's okay. We're going to another segment of the show anyway. Alright. Well, congratulations. We're going to the next part of the show. Yay. Alright. So we're going to have this thing come back up. And we have this as it usually goes. We go here. And, you know, hello, it's me again. Hello. Now we're going to transition here. Which it's not that anymore. It's actually something like this. Okay, you all watch this unfold. Hello to the spaceship cats. Right there. We're going to get... It's going to look a little bit weird for a second. Alright. Getting the chat. Okay. Alright, so chat, look who's back. Okay, Bina, thank you for coming. Thank you. Have a great night and a great day. Right. So now we're going to look at some of these things right here. Alright, so look at the picture of the we're going to minus that. The Nephilim, a group of mysterious beings, are people of unusually large size and strength who lived both before and after the flood. It's like a lot of monsters and things like that. Like this thing, so what's being shown here is this like a strange creature with this halo effect, and also there's a sun thing right there, which is like a light and wings. It's a Nephilim type creature. Hello, Gray's Essentials. Good to see you. I'm thinking. Right. Hello, everyone from Not As Chilly Arc Orage. I may have butchered that. Alaska. Make sure I saw that right. In Orage. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I think I pronounced it before correctly when he said it. But yeah, that's the part where he's from in Alaska. And shout out to you, Grazy Centrals. Thanks, Mary says that's a cool Google alien search screen. Yes, yes, it is. Hmm. I'm thinking I could. Excuse me. All right, and this is another one of them fighting the Nephilim, this creature with the wings. And we're going to press the button so I can see what he's saying. Alright. Hello, looks like the character from Jasmine Holt. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Has Been Hotel. Okay, thank you. Yeah, a lot of movies were inspired by things from the biblical standards. A lot of things were talked about, from that time period, and people based their movies and things from things that they saw from archaeological research. So yeah, that would make sense that movies would copy off things that were from the different stories of the old world. Yeah, down here in New Orleans, it's 66 degrees and 87 humidity. In Arker, Ig. Okay, thanks, Mary. All right, hello, hola Latina, good to see you. Okay, she's telling me about the pronunciation. And Anchor Ego. Okay, thanks. Okay. So basically, we have these, these biblical giants and things like that, and also we have the different, so we have that, and then we have, I'll talk about the other things. So now I'm going to look up the Leprechaun. All right, Anchorage. Yeah, it didn't look like that in the other pronunciation, but thanks.
He's listening.
Mm-hmm. And also, so basically, a leprechaun is a diminutive supernatural being in Irish folklore classed by some type of sol, a type of fairy. They usually depicted as little bearded men wearing a coat and hat who partake in mischief. All right, and he's saying not like January cold though. It was -20. Yeah, that's harsh. Yeah. Right, Mary. That's harsh. And also, and Sarah is listening. Shout out to her. Although I'll describe what's going on the screen, whenever she returns, if she's able to, I will be glad to go back to these specific things, like the image part. No problem. And basically, we have. Well, this is some different pictures. Basically, a basic leprechaun, so a white, Irish-looking person with a red beard and a green hat. Some of them look kind of like scary monsters, and so we basically have these different things going on with these different types of images of these leprechauns. Basically, sum that up. And why do I show this? Besides it being close to St. Patrick's Day, because we're in March, it's because that I was thinking, it's a type of cryptid, a type of fallen angel, type of a fairy thing, and that it's based off some type of mythology. It may not just be a imaginary story. So yeah, Mary. It sounds like a certain bear. Yes, I know who you're talking about. A certain teddy bear. So basically, that like the mythical creatures and things that I talked about, that this is another one of those things, right? And now they're like aliens. They appear as aliens, like an alien, a gray alien and a leprechaun are more similar than you think. So I'll read some background about these leprechauns. All right, all right. So here we have read some things about them. All right. And right here, Bubbles the cat came to say hello. He likes listening to the show, and he brought his blanket really close. And he likes being a center of attention. Okay, Sarah, it's all good. I'm glad you're able to make it back. No rush, but I'm glad we have you here. So basically, going back for a second, these are the leprechauns, Sarah. As you would know, like you have some from the movies, like the creepy movies about them, and you have like a basic one. So this is a type of cryptid, fallen angel, fairy thing from my discoveries and talking to other people's. And also, Sarah, Bina, and Matt were here a little bit earlier before you came again. And also, Sarah, this is just another picture, some concept of the Nephilims. So we have, Sarah, so this is a concept of a Nephilim. This is another concept of a Nephilim monster thing, because the graphic details, animals and humans both created Nephilim things, so we have that. And this other one. Yeah, so that's just basically some concepts of the Nephilims. This is an old depiction of them from the Bible. Them just chilling. Make sure people could see that. Yeah, they could see that. Alright. Now we're going to go read about leprechauns. I'm feeling lucky, no pun intended. All bubbles, beware of the little green men, aka leprechauns. Thanks, alien. Been listening. Well, thank you, Sarah. I'm glad that you appreciate it. Thanks. Glad that you like the Nephilim concept. Oh, yeah, and Sarah has a shout out to Amanda, too. Yeah. Alright, so now we're going to be familiar more with the leprechaun concept. Alright. So I've talked about different cryptids here. Now we're talking about this other one. All right. A leprechaun is a diminutive supernatural being in folklore classed by some as a type of solitary fairy. Like I told you, the fairies, those are fallen angel things. My opinion and others' opinions. And also just like it's a theory in general that you can read online about. And glad that you're listening, Amanda. Okay, glad that you're taking care of Ava. That's good. All right. Glad that you're listening. Okay. So, it's a diminutive supernatural being in Irish folklore, classed by some as a type of solitary fairy. They are usually depicted as little bearded men with wearing a coat, a hat, who partake in mischief. In later times, they have been depicted as shoemakers who have a hidden pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Leprechaun like creatures rarely appear in Irish mythology and only became prominent in later folklore. I'm part Irish. I'm sure most Americans, most white and black Americans have some Irish in them. I'm not saying also maybe the Native American ones too as well. I don't know about any specific data, but and so it's very interesting to read about this stuff from a part of my heritage. Reminds me of a dwarf from Mask Iteration. Nice. Nice, Grace. And it is a dwarf. It is like a dwarf. That's what it is. The mythology of dwarves, that's what it would be from. That's cool, Grace. Awesome. I think, as I said, most Americans, if not all, have some Irish in them. Now, of course, I don't have any statistics. I'm sure there's people that aren't part Irish, plenty that aren't, but I'd say a good majority have it in them somewhere. The Anglo-Irish word, bear with me here, leprechaun, is descended from Old Irish, bear with me, lu, lure, lucherpan, or lupercan. Kind of reminds you of Pan. That reminds you of Pan, the way that's worded, which is that guy with like the hooves and the antlers, and he's like a human hybrid thing. We'll get more to that in a little bit. The various Middle Irish forms, such as leprechaun, leprechaun, luprechaun. Make sure I got that right. Lutrapan and luprechaun, or lutrapan. All right. Yeah. Agreed, lad. Yeah, facts. The current spelling, another word. Bear with me here. Leprechaun. Leprechaun is used throughout Ireland, but there are numerous regional variations. John O. Dunovan's supplement of O'Reilly's Irish English Dictionary defines Lugharcon, Lugrecon, Lubricon as a spirit, a pigmeny, a fairy, a diminutive size who always carries a purse containing shillings. And we're going to read the full thing so I can see what people are saying now. Glances at Grace, so that was you at the end of the rainbow. Grays, although it's not often you see them, but when I do see them, I hope it's the end and not close proximity to a bear den. Yes. That's alright, Sarah. It's all good. I told him hello for you. Lupra. Yes. Alright, modern forms. Hey, yeah, that's a good omen. Money to lure the people. Yeah. Lupra. Yeah. And see, Sarah, it's like the greed and lust for more. Nothing wrong with having more things, but they're trying to maybe tempt humans into something. And they seem kind of nefarious. And reading the grouping legendary creature, pixie, spirit. No, it says a sprite, a fairy, ASSV. Another thing about, the Celtic would have origins from Spain. That's where they would have some origins from. And the legendary creature, let's see, a pixie. I know what a pixie is, but we're going to. So they say about pixies. A pixie is a mythical creature of British folklore. Pixies are speculated to be particularly concentrated in high moorland areas around Devon and Cornwall, suggesting some Celtic origin for the belief and name. However, the word pixie also appears in Norse, Summerist, lesser extent. Sprite. A supernatural entity in European mythology, they are often depicted as fairy-like creatures or as an ethereal entity. A fairy, a type of mythological being or legendary creature, generally described as anthropomorphic, found in folklore of Middle European cultures, a form of spirit often with the metaphysical, supernatural, or pretensional qualities. ASSV. ASSV, the Irish name for a supernatural race in Celtic mythology, Daoine Sith, in Scottish Gaelic, comparable to fairies or elves. They are said to be descendants of the Thua de Nanan people of the Danube. See, people that are descendant or related to mythological things, the Nephilim, depending on the Aramaic or pagan tradition. And Grays says, I have worn a suit and a hat every day since sophomore year or high school, so Jiggin is kind of my spirit animal. Nice. Yes, yes. So the last comment that he has above for Grays, that's the message to Sarah. All right. And Sarah has some Irish blood. And also, Sarah says, so on Pixie Spirit Fairy, they are lift filled in the Bible. Enoch speaks about those that transform. Yes, Sarah, exactly. That's what it's the same thing. Correct. And also continuing, other ver- variant spellings English have included Leprechaun, Leprechaun, and Leprechaun. Some modern Irish books use the spelling Leprechaun. Sounds like a rapper name. The first recorded instance of the word in the English language was Durker's comedy The Honest. Trigger warning for chat and everybody. The Honest Whore. Part 2. As for your Irish Leprechaun, the spirit whom by preposterous charms thy lust hath raised in a wrong circle. Okay. flit about. Interesting read, thanks. Yeah, facts. Great show. Thanks, Grace, for talking about that in chat for everybody. All right. And meanings. The word may have been coined as a compound of the roots lu or lag, who from Greek, which means small. Another way of biblical translation is that there's a lot of words that were in Greek written by Paul, and a lot of the New Testament is written in Greek, and the different writings that the different disciples of Jesus had, and basically a lot of the stuff is translated from Greek. Now, Jesus is a Greek word for Yeshua, which in English would be Joshua. And so it's interesting when they translate these things from Greek. So lu or lagu is Greek for small, and corp from Latin corpus, body. Interesting. Like habeas corpus and stuff like that. Or so it had been suggested. Whitley Stokes' research published in 2019 suggests the word derives from leprosy, and associated with the Roman festival of Leprechaun. Oh yeah, that's a pagan Celtic festival. And Roman festival too. Are leprechauns found anywhere else besides Ireland? I'll look that up right now. Language origins matter. Facts. Amen, Sarah. All right, so Amanda, to answer your question, are leprechauns only in Ireland? It is true. Leprechauns are solely attached to the island of Ireland. They are our claim to fame to speak. We even have our own leprechaun crossing in County Kerry, overlooking the spectacular lakes and mountains of Killarney. Great question by Amanda. All right. So we studied the meaning. Now we study the meaning of the leprechaun. Now we're digging a little bit deeper about it. Folk etymology derives the word from Leith, half, and brogue, because of the frequent portrayal of a leprechaun as a working on a single shoe, as evidence of the alternative spelling of Leith Bragan. Alright, Grays, thank you for coming. Love watching your videos and chatting with y'all, but it's getting late. I hope to chat with y'all again soon. Okay, Grace, thank you for attending the late night special. All right. Early at Asians. You're welcome, Amanda. The earliest known reference to the leprechaun appears in a medieval tale known as Each Tra Fergus Mac Letai, Adventure of Fergus, son of Letai. Letai, okay. The saga exists in two widely divergent versions. The first of these is written in Dublin, Trinity College, and has been dated to the 8th century. The second version is a copy of the 8th century text written on a single leaf inserted into London, British Library, MS Harley 432. The saga was rewritten in the 13th century as blur a blurskeek version. Blurzeek version. The text contains an episode in which Fergus Mac Letai, King of Ulster, falls asleep on the bench and wakes up to find himself being dragged into the sea by 3 leprechauns. Well, they pronounce it Luchrapan. He captures his abductors, who grant him 3 wishes in exchange for release. Yeah, shout out to the Greys and nice Shamrocks in the chat. Facts. And he captures his abductors, who grant him 3 wishes in exchange for release. So these 3 little leprechauns are dragging this man into the sea for some reason, and he captures them, and they give him 3 wishes for release. 3 green men in waters. So, Sarah, what do you think of that? These 3 green little men kind of sounds like the Greys, doesn't it? But in a different form. And Mary's listening. Shout out to Mary. A leprechaun counts his gold and engraving in 1900. Yeah, and Sarah sends Mary a shamrock. And Alien put a shamrock in the chat. Folklore. The leprechaun is said to be a solitary creature whose principal occupation is making cobbling shoes. So a shoe cobbler is like someone that makes shoes. And who enjoys practical jokes. And McAnley's 1888 account, the leprechaun was not professional cobbler, but was frequently seen as mending his own shoes, as he runs about so much he wears them out with great frequency. This is claims the perfect opportunity for a human being to capture the leprechaun, refusing to release him until the leprechaun gives his captor 3 supernatural wealth. Leprechaun gives his captor supernatural wealth, so the leprechaun has all the money. Don't blame the white man or anybody. We gotta blame the leprechaun. Okay, Latina's listening. All right, thank you for participating, Latina. And she hopes Amanda had a good day. Yeah, Sarah agrees with me. And Sarah says the wild carries around money is a lure. Oops, hold, not while. Or we could say Kyle. All that rhymed. All right, anyway. So, the classification. The leprechaun has been classed as a solitary fairy by the writer and amateur folklorist William Butler Yeats. Sarah is saying meat right now. We call meat in the Christian community when we got some great information about something. The Holy Spirit revealed to her, like the jinns, aka the genies. We're talking about the Arabian mythology, and we like to talk about that with Anunnaki the One when he's here, and the jinn is a Middle Eastern like demon creature, sort of like it's their version of this, and the genie's money and wishes. She did great here, excellent. She always does great, but she figured that out. Something I wasn't even thinking about. is that the leprechauns are the same thing as the genies in Arabia. So, Amanda, to answer, give you some more context. The theory is you have some of these fallen angel type creatures, or some these creatures are associated. They're from the underworld. They're associated with the fallen ones. We may not know all the details about it. So basically, in Ireland, you have leprechauns. These little green dudes giving people wishes, and they give people the like money as a lure. And in Arabia, they had these genies. You rub the lamp, and the thing comes out like Aladdin. And you have, and they give you three wishes. It's similar to the leprechaun, but in every terrain and different country and culture, they appear as different things. Like now, they appear to us as aliens from outer space. In our opinion, we believe that, in my opinion, there's other people that share my opinion, that the theory is that now they're appearing as the aliens because that's what the thing is now. So that they go with the trends of what the Earth people are going through. So it's interesting. It's like it synchronizes with another culture on the other side of the world, and there wasn't internet. Like another way about the like biblical stuff. The Bible was written in conjunction with these different prophets and people all over the Middle East and the old world, and they didn't have computers and technology to communicate like we are now. So God miraculously preserved the Bible and the scriptures and stuff miraculously in the same way the forces of darkness work by preserving their evil deeds through different cultures and different groups. Without internet and TV and all, these people from these different civilizations were given similar things. Like the fallen creatures were here and they were there doing the same thing. So, and Sarah's saying how the Ireland has leprechauns. So that should give some context why it is exclusively in Ireland. Leprechauns are exclusively in Ireland. But a creature that's giving you three wishes is not exclusive to Ireland. It's all over the world, depending on the culture. Like you wouldn't have like a little leprechaun wouldn't fit in India or Iran or Iraq or Afghanistan, but it would fit in Ireland. A genie wouldn't really fit in with Ireland and vice versa. It just depends. Say Germany could have a pixie, and they all three do the same thing. And yeah, so that is basically an explanation, because I know it's perplexing. Like, are they just exclusive to Ireland, or were they in different places? That's a good question. All this is my opinion. So, continuing the article. So, Yeats was part of the revivalist literary movement, greatly influential in calling attention to the leprechaun in the late 19th century. This classification by Yeats is determined by D.R. McAnally, Irish Wonders, 1888, derived in the turn of John O. Hanlon, 1870. Okay, so to Amanda, another message to Amanda in chat. Basically, okay, Sarah, Yeats is the last name of a folklorist, William Butler Yeats. And I know it sounds like a rap roast or something, so Amanda, Sarah said, here various yokai, the kappa, are kind of frog and live in water. So in Japanese folklore, they have something similar to a leprechaun, but it's like a frog type of, like a Mario kappa thing. That's exactly what it looks like, but like a creepy version of it. Like a turtle that like walks on its hind legs, but it's really not really a turtle thing. It's like one of these mythological interdimensional things. You're welcome, Sarah. Okay, she recalls him. I know it's like Yeats. It sounds like some kind of a roast, a rap roast or something. All right. It is stressed that the leprechaun, through some may call it fairy, is clearly to be distinguished from the ASSV, the good people of the fairy mounds Sid, he, and Wrath's Leprechaun being solitary is one of the distinguishing characteristics. But additionally, the Leprechaun is thought to only engage in pranks on the level of mischief and requiring a special caution, but in contrast, the ASSV may carry out deeds more menacing to humans, thus spiriting away of children. They may carry out deeds more menacing to humans, the spiriting away of children. Sounds like some kind of an abduction, like the UFO abduction. Ring a bell? This identification of Leprechaun as a fairy has been consigned to popular notion by modern folklorist Dermud O. Ermud O. Goyleon O. Gillian. So that, I probably butchered it, but that's Celtic language about the folklorist. Observes that dwarf of Teutonic rather, and other traditions as well, of the household familiar are more amenable to comparison. And Amanda says, "Oh wow, Sarah, that's very interesting. Never knew that." And Sarah says, "Turtle frog human." Hello, Casimirio. Good to see you in chat. And also, Amanda says, "Hey, Cass, I tried watching a couple of your lives, but they were private." And also, Latina says, "Oh no, Alien sounds like a cover up for missing children in Ireland. Children are gone missing." And yeah, that's possible. It could be that too. And also, to me, that could have been an explanation for that at that time. But just saying it reminds me of the UFO abductions when the aliens abduct people and bring people back. That's what it reminds me of, that the leprechauns are doing the same thing as the aliens do because they're from the same thing. But it could be also that too, Latina. You could be right. Thanks for your thoughts, Latina, about that. Very good. And also, another thing, according to William Butler Yeats, the great wealth of the leprechauns come from the treasure crooks buried old in wartime, which they have uncovered and appropriated. According to David Russell McAnally, the leprechaun is the son of the evil spirit and a degenerate fairy. That's going to be a new one everybody's going to use. A degenerate fairy. It is not holy nor wholly evil. It was trying to go live when you had the blizzard snowstorm. Appearance. The leprechaun originally had different appearance depending on where in Ireland he was found. Before the 20th century, it was generally held that the leprechaun wore red, not green. Samuel Lover, writing in 1831, describes the leprechaun as quiet a beau in his dress, notwithstanding, for he wears a red square cut coal richly laced with gold, inexpressible at the same time, cocked hat, shoes, and buckles. According to Yeats, the solitary fairies, like the Leprechaun, wore red jackets, whereas the trooping fairies were green. Each Leprechaun wore a jacket with 7 rows of buttons, with 7 buttons to each row. Yeats describes that on the western coast, the red jacket is covered by a frieze, a frisee. What's that? A frisee is a Middle English term for a coarse woolen, plain weevil cloth made with a nap on the side. Nap was raised by scrubbing the raised curls of the fibers, shorn after being raised, leaving an uneven surface. Whereas in Ulster, the creatures wore a cocked hat when he is up and anything unusually mischievous. He leaps onto a wall and spins, balancing himself on the point of a hat with his heels in the air. Okay, so yeah, it's like a friar cloak. They don't call it that, but that's basically what it is. They're calling that in some other language. But you're right, Sarah. Whereas in Ulster, the creature wears a cocked hat, and when he is up and anything unusually mischievous, he leaps onto the wall and spins, balancing himself on the points of the hat with his heels in the air. According to McAnally, the universal leprechaun is described as follows. He is about 3 feet high and is dressed in a little red jacket around about with red breeches buckled at the knee, gray or black stockings, and a hat cocked in a style of century ago over little old withered face. Round his neck is an Elizabethan ruff, and frills of lace are at his wrists. On the wild west coast, where the Atlantic winds bring almost consistent rains, he dispenses with ruff and frills and wears a frise overcoat over his pretty red suit, and unless on the outlook for the cocked hat, ye might pass a leprechaun. They call it a leprechaun on the road and never know it's him that's in it at all. Alright, so Sarah says, oh, and meant like a frog, mostly in water. Above, trying not to type long sentences. I fail. This dress varied by region in McAnley's account. There were differences between leprechauns or log Hurriamans from different regions. The northern leprechauns or log Harriman wore a military red coat and white breeches with a broad brimmed, high pointed hat. on which he would sometimes stand upside down. The Lurie Gadwain, a Tipperary, wore an antique slashed jacket of red with peaks all rounds and jockey cap, sporting a sword which he uses as a magic wand. The Lurie Quane of Kerry was flat, pursy little fellow whose jolly round face rivals the redness of the cutaway jacket he wears that always has 7 rows of 7 buttons in each. Sarah's more symbolism. Interesting, both solitary and groups. 3 feet height. Red for warfare. Exactly. You see the symbolism that these things have. And what. Oh, with colors, colors try to convey a message. And basically, with the colors, like blue is calming and red is like you're about to go to war and stuff. So colors can have an effect on people. And like you have the blue lights, like police cars have blue lights to calm people down. They don't, and the red lights would cause you more turmoil. And she said that the clothes show a rank. Exactly. Another good observation. Good observation, Sarah. The Clury Quane Mon Egan wore a swollen-tailed evening coat of red with green vest, white breeches, black stockings, shiny shoes, and long cone hat without a brim, sometimes used as a weapon. Okay, yeah, Casimirio, he says, y'all should get blue for vehicle and rooftop. Yeah. Thank you. Good suggestion. In the poem entitled The Leprechaun, or Fairy Shoemaker, an 18th century Irish poet, William Ellingham, describes the appearance of Leprechaun as a wrinkled, weazened, embearded elf, spectacles stuck on his pointed nose. Spectacles stuck on his pointed nose, silver buckles to his hose, leather apron, shoe in his lap. The modern image of a leprechaun sitting on a toadstool, having a red beard and green hat, is more modern invention or borrowed from other strands of European folklore. The modern likely explanation for modern day leprechaun appearance is the green is traditional national Irish color dating back as far as 1642. The hat might be derived from the style of outdated fashion still common in Ireland in the 19th century. This style of fashion was commonly worn by Irish immigrants to the United States since the Elizabethan era. Clothes were still common in Ireland. Well, I'm glad that I read that wrong. So it's good that clothes were still common in Ireland in the 19th century. That's very good. That's excellent. But I could reread that correctly, or at least I read it, but in my mind I registered that differently. Okay, this style of fashion was commonly worn by the Irish immigrants in the United States. Since some Elizabethan era clothes were still common in Ireland, the 19th century, long after they were out of fashion, was depicted with stage Irish. That's what it says. Stage Irish, really? Yeah, like an Irish stereotype of being drunk. All right. The buckle shoes and other garments also have their origin in the Elizabethan period of Ireland. All right. So Sarah says that shoemaker's story, and then was the shoemaker in debt to him? Did the shoemaker make a deal, an original story, perhaps? That's a good question. Very good question. And also, we have similar creatures. The leprechaun is similar to the Clur Ishan and the Far Darage, that he is a solitary creature. Some writers even go as far as substitute the second two less well known spirits for the leprechaun in the stories of tales to reach a wider audience. The Clur Ishan is considered by some to be merely a leprechaun on a drinking spree. The politics of the Republic of Ireland. Leprechauns have been used to refer to the twee aspects of tourism in Ireland. This can be seen, for example, in John A. Costello addressing the Ori Chas in 1963. You never heard about that before, Amanda. Amanda, I'm also learning about it as well. Glad that you are learning something from this. Yes, so Sarah says, I'm seeing the spirit for lust of money and drink. Yep. You see how these things are? These creatures were there to tempt humans into doing bad things. For many years we were afflicted with the miserable trivialities of the tourist advertising. Sometimes it descended of the lowest depths of the cubine and the shill alley, not to speak of the leprechaun. Popular culture, films, animated cartoons, and advertising have popularized a specific image of the leprechauns which bears little resemblance to anything found in the cycles of Irish folklore. Some argue that the popularized image of the leprechaun is a little more than a series of stereotypes based on a derogatory anti-Irish 19th century characters. Many Celtic music groups have used the term leprechaun as a part of their naming convention or as an album title. Some popular forms of American music, including heavy metal, Celtic metal, punk, and jazz, have also made use of mythological character. Thanks, chat, that you all like the conversation. I was talking because I like this basically in the situation where on one of the ads I was talking to one of the new subscribers, and they were saying like I was researching leprechauns because I suspected to be some type of a cryptid. So I'll be sitting there and I'll think of one of these things like a mermaid or one of these creatures, and then I'm like, that probably was some sort of a interdimensional alien thing, and this is what this is. And I looked it up, and it is a type of cryptid, the leprechaun. And with the leprechaun, like, it makes perfect sense. And basically, like how they're tempting the people and stuff like that. Yeah, so you could definitely see that. And I'll talk about more about things that I know about Ireland after we look at this, and I'll go to the mermaids. So yeah, I was researching it, and a new person came in and talked about it with me in the comments. It was pretty cool. So shout out to him. Well, thank you, Amanda. I appreciate that. She says, Sarah, he always finds super interesting things to share with us. I learn something new every show. Well, thank you. All right. Famous Leprechaun characters include Lucky, the mascot of Lucky Charms cereal. Sarah says, I used to just eat the marshmallow charms from Lucky Charms. Of Lucky Charms, well, we're going to see Lucky Charms. Yeah, true. All right. Azure. Thanks, Casimirio. Lucky, the mascot of Lucky Charms. The Notre Dame Leprechaun, official mascot of the Fighting Irish, supports the team of the University of Notre Dame. Lucky, the Leprechaun, mascot of Boston Celts, who is featured on the learn of the team's logo. All right, Boston Celts. Yeah, I have my biology teacher really likes them. The one I had at school. Shout out to him. He was a cool teacher. Yeah, he liked the Boston Celts. And he still likes them now. Over there. Yeah. Thanks, Latina. That's good. And Hornswoggle, a character created by professional wrestler Dylan Mark Postal, who competed under the persona of the majority of his WWE tenure. I was thinking about you, Sick. I was thinking about you. Speak of the Sick. There's six right there. Glad to have you on board. All right. So, in 1993, the American horror slasher Leprechaun and his sequels featured the killer leprechaun portrayed by Warwick Davis. Nobel Prize winning economist Paul Krugman coined the term leprechaun economics to describe the distorted, unsound economic data which he first used in a tweet on 12 July 2016 in response to the publication of the Irish Central Statistics Office that Irish GDP had grown 26.3% and the Irish GNP had grown by 18.7% in the 2015 Irish national accounts. The growth was subsequently shown to be due to Apple resurrecting the double Irish tax scheme, which the EU Commission had fined 13 billion in 2004 to 2014. Irish taxes and largest corporate tax fine in history. The term has been used many times since. In the U.S., leprechauns are often associated with St. Patrick's Day along with the color green shamrocks. Latina, thank you. I got the link. Thank you. Sick. I'm doing really good. We're talking about different things and we're having a good time. And basically, what we're doing is, we're talking about the different cryptids and the fallen angels and how they're interconnected. That's what we're talking about here. Darby O'Gill, Darby O'Gill, the Disney film Darby O'Gill and the Little People, based on Hermione Templeton Kavanaugh. And books in which features the Leprechaun King is a work of Fergus MacLeod was featured pathetically in the film. The captured Leprechaun King grants three wishes like Fergus in the saga. All right, Sarah's listening. That's good. There's a link from Latina I'm going to show in a moment. Yeah, so that's Ireland. Really nice. I have the Irish on both sides, and like I have some, like, because Britain, England was like a United Kingdom, so like you had some Irish people that like they went to England, and they like went with the English and Scottish people. Probably it was during the time of the when the famine happened. They went to England. They liked it there, and I'm related to both of them. Also, and my mom's side, I'm related to them a little bit. You know, it's just like I'm partially. So it's interesting to read about. Right? She's folding. Well, hopefully she's not folding her hand in poker, or else she'd be out the game. But she's just folding laundry. And we're gonna have a goofy thing right here. We're gonna do this so we can see what's going on here. All right. Let's see. We're going to be putting this up. All right, bear with me a moment. Okay. Here we go. All right. All right. Let's go here. Let's see how this goes. Loading this. All right. All right, so you have the brief history of the leprechauns, Ireland, tricksters, and fairies. Let's see, going specifically to a part of it. The specific part. All right, let's go back. Okay. Following the instructions on the pin pad, go to Origins of Leprechaun. Alright. Alright. And not true. I have to go up here. I guess it's that. Origins. Okay, okay. I made it. Yay. The origins of leprechauns. The leprechaun story has long been a beloved aspect of Irish lore. They are believed to be a part of another piece of famous folklore, as they are traditionally known to be members of the fairy family. Tales of these small creatures first emerged in the 18th, not the 18th, but the 8th century, when legends about tiny water dwellers began circulating among the Celts. Their name is thought to come from the word Leprechaun, meaning small body. No surprise, they are said to be only 2 to 3 feet tall. Where do these little folk live? In order to hide from humans, they are known to dwell in tiny underground caves or hollow tree trunks. They are famous for being the cobblers of the fairies and of the fairy world. Fairy world is really underworld. Their name is also associated with the old term Leith Leth Horgon, meaning shoemaker. This profession is what earns them their iconic pots of gold. Another thing about green, it's a really friendly color, so it makes them less threatening. Alright. Thanks a lot, Tina, for showing that. Okay. So, and also, we have Ireland right here. LOL Latina. Yeah, so we have that. It's really nice. Yeah, the coast. Raru. Uh-oh. Look at that. It's my dude's rainbow. The little leprechaun's rainbow. And you see, Sarah, they appear as an angel of light. If the scripture says that Lucifer appears as an angel of light, you see how they appear as these green, cute creatures with the rainbows and all. It's like they're trying to appear as something, but they appear as something like a cute little creature, but they promote like lust for money and different things. Nothing wrong with wanting money, but they were promoting things like sinful things. So you see, Sarah, we see the biblical, what the Bible said in the Middle East all those years ago being mentioned in this situation, in this folklore. Very interesting. All right. Because I'm related to pretty much every country in Europe because I'm a mutt mixed with different things from Europe, and I like Celtic music. I like the on YouTube they have like mythological Celtic music and stuff. It's pretty cool. Hello, Middle Ground. Welcome to the chat. And also, I'll show you. Yeah, Ulster's the northern part of Ireland, and the rest of Ireland is part of the European Union. One part of Ireland's part of the United Kingdom, which is England. So I'll show you all the flag of Britain. Good to see you, middle ground. So the flag of England. So this is a good explanation. Make sure everybody can see what I'm seeing. We're gonna make sure people can see what I'm seeing, right here. All right. So you see right here, this is what the Union Jack is, and you're lost chasing radishes, middle ground. That's funny. And so you have England, Scotland. They make so England is not like England by itself is just a red. It's like a Crusader cross or like Christopher Columbus type cross, and it's red. And then Scotland is the flag of St. Andrew and the flag of St. Patrick, all morphed into one. And Ireland, see, Ireland's flag is in the Union Jack. And that makes the United Kingdom. So, like when I say I'm British, I'm part British, I'm related to all three of those countries, not just England alone. Because they all, like, intermix with each other. The British people. Because Britain, the Celts were the Britons. The English were the Anglo-Saxon, the Germanic invaders that came and invaded and kind of pushed them back a little bit into those Scotland and Wales and Ireland. That's what they kind of pushed them back. But then over time they became a United Kingdom. There was a lot of wars and stuff that went on over there. But basically, yeah, there's a lot of like some people they combined together and made an empire together. Right. So that's like a brief history about the British and Irish. All right, so let's look at a clover. About to get to the mermaids in a second. Yeah, and these are some lucky. This is the four-leaf clover. Is the good luck. Yes, Sarah, I agree. Absolutely. Yes. I like the green. It's very nice. I have clovers all over the yard. All right. So now, talk about the mermaids. Well, I want to know the lucky charms of a leprechaun. I remember a rabbit's foot was a lucky charm, an Irish thing. I remember that. Yes, Amanda, I did. I have a variety of clover, and in my yard I found the four leaf clover. I made a short about it. Yeah, I love those things. They're all over the place. The four leaf clovers. Okay, a horseshoe, a rabbit's foot, like I said, number 13, Friday the 13th, ladybug, and Bubbles is sleeping on the chair right there. Well, he's looking at me now. Let's see, we might have him say hello for a second. I'm not going to bring him here. I'm just going to let him be chilling there. All right. So those are some of the Lucky Charms, the cereal. I'll look that up, Amanda. Certain objects became easily recognizable as good luck charms, including four-leaf clovers, horseshoe, rabbit's foot, and the rabbit's foot. Usually left hind foot was achieved. Okay, so let's see. Yes, it seems like you are correct, Amanda. The Native Americans use them. Make sure. Yes, belief in North American folklore may originate from the magic known as hoodoo. A number of structures achieved a charm are now observed mostly in the breech hind of the foot, which rabbit, which a cemetery sources tell that the rabbit must take into the full moon, and others specify a new moon. Oh, it says some say instead of the rabbit must be taken on a Friday, rainy Friday, or Friday the 13th. You see, Sarah, how it's linked? This is something new. So North American culture, they had some in their in magic or people that do witchcraft. They did things on Friday the 13th with these rabbit's feet. So isn't that some synchronicity right there? So because and also Sarah, the number 13 is a lucky number for the leprechaun, and they say this is like used in witchcraft. So you see this links to witchcraft. And a rabbit is an animal which shapeshifting. It says turns into shapeshift. It's a good omen. And a rabbit is an animal into which shapeshifting witches claim to be able to transform themselves. No pun intended. Witches were said to act to achieve at times on the full moons. Yeah, it's a small world after all. Yeah. You see, all this stuff is like linked together, in my opinion. In the new moon and the full moon. Yeah, the poor rabbits. Yeah, shots of rabbits. Mermaids. Here we go. Down the rabbit hole of mermaids. Yeah, there you go. No pun intended. Rabbit hole, no pun intended. You never know. Amanda might be a mermaid secretly. Right. All jokes aside, anyway. So now I'm going to talk about the mermaids. This is another cryptid that, from research from other subscribers on the channel that I have conversed with and theories that I have, that this is another cryptid that seems to be a thing that we're going to talk about in this one. It seems in cultures all over the world throughout the ages had mermaids. Alright, this will be interesting for all of us to look at. Okay, here we go down the rabbit hole. In folklore, a mermaid is an aquatic creature with the head and upper body of a female human and the tail of a fish. Mermaids appear in folklore of many cultures worldwide, including Europe, Asia, and Africa. Mermaids are sometimes associated with perilous events such as the floods, storms, shipwrecks, and drownings, and other folk traditions, or sometimes with the same traditions they can be benevolent or beneficent, bestowing boons or falling in love with humans. Mary says she's still listening. All right, thanks. I want to show Bubbles for a second. The cat. All right. All right. You see right there? That's Bubbles the cat, and he's resting, chilling with us in the chair. I probably need to get a separate camera for him. All right. Okay. Put this back. All right. Now we're going to go back to reading the thing. Mermaids are sometimes. Yeah, we were that. The male equivalent of a mermaid is a merman. That's not talked about as much. Also, a familiar figure in folklore and her Aldrai, although traditions about sightings of mermen are less common than those of mermaids, they are generally assumed to coexist with their female counterparts. The male and female collectively are sometimes referred to as merfolk or merpeople. All right. So I was looking at something. Okay. The Western concept of mermaids as beautiful, seductive singers may have been influenced by the sirens of Greek mythology. A siren, like they had them in Pirates of the Caribbean, we talk about pirates here a lot. So I play a pirate game, and so basically, we have the sirens. They are these like beautiful mermaids, and they sing, but they're like really these monsters that go and seduce men and then like delete them. And of Greek mythology, which were originally half bird like, but came to be pictured as half ish like in the Christian era. Historically, accounts of mermaids, such as those reported by Christopher Columbus during his exploration of the Caribbean. Okay, so they had them. Christopher Columbus. We just talked about him a little while ago. I just talked about him a moment ago. Interesting. May have been sightings of mantises or similar aquatic mammals, which there is no evidence that mermaids exist in folklore, but we know that here we have a little bit of a different view. So it's like if this man mistaked that thing for a beautiful woman with a tail, the man he needed to stop smoking some hallucinogenics, or and he needed glasses too. Yeah, but so I'd like to have the idea of that of these like ghosts and things like that. There's these other things that exist that seem like they're some other realm of that something's there that we're not too sure what they are, and it's good to explore the possibility of exploring something that we may not understand the concept of. All right, so Sarah says experiments by the Watchers. Good question, Sarah. So we were talking about the subscriber and I. We were talking about how the we were talking about how the mermaids, the leprechauns, and creatures like that are from the Watchers, the fallen angels. This that is them. It also could be a creation of them. It could be either one or both. And another explanation is that, creatures of the underworld are just these things from this other realm, pretty much. So that is, I agree with you. Yeah, because they had offspring and they had hybrid creatures. And Sarah said in Japan there is similar tales here. Sarah says there are similar tales here. Some temple has a mermaid tail. I think you covered it. Oh yeah, we talked about that. Yes. And you see, the thing is these just like with the pyramids, and it is far fetched. And from I'm a logical person, from a logical perspective, it seems like these were just stories. But like the alien sightings and ghost sightings and stuff, we could kind of conclude maybe there could be something else supernatural going on. We may not understand the concept of, like a bug, might not or a butterfly, which is a bug, may not understand the concept of us humans. We're able to do things they can't do, and be places, and vice versa. They could do things we can't do also. So we have the situation where we have the investigation of these strange beings and what they could be, possibly. So, how in Japan you had the same type of creature that is being talked about in the Caribbean. How do you have the same description of this woman right here, which doesn't look like a seawall or a sea cow, like a cow with a tail. Like this is like it's a human, like a fish human. So certainly it's an interesting concept to investigate. And we're all adults here, but there's going to be some spicy imagery going on. All right. And so mermaids have been popular subject of art literature in recent centuries, such as Hans Christian Andersen's literary fairy tale The Little Mermaid, 1836. They have subsequently been depicted in operas, paintings, books, comics, animation, and live action films. Sarah says, point, original stories never shown merfolk as friendly encounters. Yeah, that's true, because they're demonic. And remember, we were talking about the Watchers, how they went with humans. The It looks like the female Watchers, or they shape shifted into females and went with men too. So it looks like there's male and female Watchers. You can see in the picture right here. It said, graphic imagery. Your discretion is advised, although we're all adults here, because it's nighttime. And so basically, you have an example of a fallen angel, hypothetically, which I believe, breeding with a human and creating a hybrid offspring. So that's what that is you see on the right side. The Watchers that shapeshift into things. Now they appear as aliens. And they're in conjunction with each other. The English word mermaid has its earliest known adhesion in Middle English chancer, nun's priest, and tail. The compound word is formed as mare, sea, and maid. Yes, and Sarah says yes, also with animals and fish. You see, like in Harry Potter, where you have these mythical, like, beast things that are like have like a beast with wings or something, or let's say like a lion with a wing, with wings on it. That it's like the fallen angels. They graphic, trigger warning for everybody that they went with animals and different things, and they created and fish, and they created different hybrids. Like they're the biblically speaking in the book of Enoch, there's these sea creatures, like the male, the the monster, the black lagoon. There's these type of sea creature things that they were creations of. So, like, say the kraken, which they were not too sure if that was real. Which a kraken is this like cryptid thing that like is a gigantic squid that was in Pirates of the Caribbean, and it takes down ships. They went deep, deep underwater, and with many years of research, there seems to be these gigantic squids that some really, really big squids. Okay, so with the big squids, if there's big squids like that, there's likely even bigger squids that could take a ship down. Right. And Sarah says that the word in Scripture mentions that the Watchers mess with all creation. There you go. This is getting into more scientific detail about this from Scripture. And it's like people, like as time has progressed and technology has progressed with the alien sightings, it's a good thing in a way, Sarah. I know it's the aliens, the fallen angels have evil intentions. But basically what happens is it shows to all the atheistic people that there's something else out there. There's something supernatural. And if more people could logically understand the Bible and the scriptures were not just some fairy tale and it was trying to tell accounts of history, I think it would be very good. Is that we see the UFOs and the different things, it shows people that there's something there that we can't do. And like Joe Rogan's talking about it, and many YouTubers that I see are talking about it. So we live in a blessed time in spite of the opposition. And Sarah says that there's gigantic squid that is also found there. Yeah, chat. I think wasabi's very good. I like that. Texas Roadhouse, good food. And also Latina, I like Bailey. I think you said it was called Bailey's Coffee Creamer. I like that, the Irish creamer stuff. And what you were talking about, that was pretty cool. Yeah, and Latina, it can feed a village, in my opinion. Yes, in my opinion, yes. And there's archaeological evidence. Another way you could see a strong case for what the Bible was talking about is that different religions and occults, not occults, but occults, they do these practices and they summon aliens and things. Even the people in the dark arts prove and confirm what the Bible was saying. And these different religions, these different groups of people all over the old world have shown that there's something. They all talk about the same types of things. So there's no way they could have all known with the internet because it wasn't there. So I do think there certainly is some interesting factors to look into these truths. All right. Another English word for merman, for siren or mermaid, is older though now obsolete. It derives from Old English mermenin and mercy. Menin, female slave, earliest at station. Mermine as a gloss for siren, corpus gloria. Glossary. And the picture is a fisherman and the siren by Frederick Leighton. Old High German. Let's see. A Middle English example of merman in Bestinary manuscript is indeed mermaid, part maiden, part fishlike. Its Old High German cognate mermine is known in the biblical glosses and Physologos. The Physologos is a dialectical Christian text written and copied in Greek by an unknown author in Alexandria. Its composition has been traditionally dated to the 2nd century by readers saw the parallel writings of Clement Alexandria. So we have some more writings, Sarah. We have some writings, Sarah, from Christian writings about the mermaids. Isn't that something? Old Norse metal masculine noun is also listed as a cognate merman as well as own marg meli. Modern Icelandic marblendil and modern Norwegian mar meli. Merwith. Old English merwith is another related term that appears in reference to not so much as a mermaid, but a certain sea hag, and not well attested later. Yes, absolutely. Okay, and okay, so Grendel's mother is one of the three antagonists in the anonymous Old English Beowulf. Other two being Grendel is the and the dragon. Each antagonist reflects the difference negative aspects of both hero and Beowulf and hero society that the poem set in Grendel's mother. All right, so I'll explain to you what's going on here. I studied about this in school. Merwith is like so there's like Beowulf and these different these ancient English tales, and so there's Beowulf. He was a warrior that fought Grendel. Grendel is a Nephilim that was terrorizing a mead hall of people just trying to like say if like everybody was just chilling and drinking like chat's talking about like everybody was just chilling in a meat hole, drinking like alcoholic honey and whatever. And this ugly Nephilim thing comes in to go and like destroy everything. It's like so Beowulf comes and saves the day. So Grendel had a mother, and she was a cringe. It was a so like a sea hag. And Old English Merowith is another related term that appears once in reference not so much to mermaid but a certain sea hag. So Grendel's mother is a sea hag, is one of the three antagonists in anonymous Old English poem Beowulf, the other two being Grendel and the dragon. Each antagonist reflects the different negative aspects of both the hero and the heroic society of the poem set in Grendel's mother in their introduction. Yeah, she tries to do some like tries to get revenge. So she's another fallen angel Nephilim creature. All right. Latina says alien spaceship. I asked if mermaid were real, we be eating them since they're part fish. Here there said there's a folklore about it. Okay, well we'll go look into it. And in my opinion, it's either something that was the offspring of the fallen angels, or it's some demonic apparition. Given it that this is really these sightings of mermaids actually happened, like if they really are real, that's the two options that they would be. According to scripture and like you could see the UFOs and things like that. So those are that's an explanation for that. But yeah, Latino will have to read up on that. Oh yeah, I wish they did too. Now my teacher, he did a good job about talking about Beowulf. He did great with that. But like I expanded on that with the information and stuff I acquire through the internet, and like and Sarah, I agree, but we're building on the foundation on the information that we learned from about Beowulf. So about Beowulf now, I am adding on more information that was not known before. And it's MHG cognitive Merwip, also defined as Mer-willed in modern German, with perhaps Mer-woman. A valid English definition, the word is attested, among other medieval epics, of the New Bleg Enfeed, and the rendered merwoman, mermaid, water spirit, or other terms. The two in story are translated on so conure, sea woman. The Nib Ilin Genlid, translated as the Song of Niblugs, is an epic poem written around 1200 in Middle High German. Its anonymous poet was likely from the region of Pasua. So we have some more stories about that. All right. All right, Cyrus. So we have origins. The siren of ancient Greek mythology became conflated with mermaids during the medieval period. Some European Romance languages still use cognate terms for siren to denote the mermaid. The French sirene, and the Spanish and Latin sirenia. Some commentators have sought to trace the origins further back to ancient Middle Eastern mythology. Okay, Sarah, thank you. In the early Greek period, the sirens were conceived of as human-headed birds, but by the classical period, the Greeks sporadically depicted the siren as part fish in art. Yeah, all right. Yeah. We got to be careful. Yeah. The medieval sirens as mermaids, the siren's part fish appearance became increasingly popular during the Middle Ages. The traits of the classical sirens, such as using their beautiful song as a lure. So synchronicity, Sarah, they're using the lure. So sirens lured people to do lustful things. So there you go, Sarah. And just like the leprechauns, sirens' part fish appearance became increasingly popular traits in the classical sirens, such as using their beautiful songs as lure, as told by Homer. Homer is a very great writer of the ancient world. I like the Odyssey and the Iliad very good. I remember in the Odyssey, he was like, when the ship was sailing over the wine-colored seas, that really stuck out to me. Because down the street, my friend used to be, when he was down there, when we were like early adults, teenagers, those early adults, I used to read my book over there because it was so very very tranquil over there, and it was like my library. And I remember reading that. It was like so cool because I read Homer in school. have often been transferred to mermaids. Yeah. These change of the medieval siren from bird to fish were thought by some to be influenced of the Teutonic myth, later expounded literary legends of Lore Allay and Undine, though a dissenting comment and the parallels are not limited to the Teutonic culture. Textual adhesions. The earliest text describing the siren as tailed occurs in the Liber Monstrum de Diversis Generibus, 7 to the middle 8th century. I'm going to look it up, Sarah, in a moment. Whose beauty and from the sweet song allures sea fairies, but beneath the human head and torso have scaly and fish. Sirens are mermaids in Old High German. Middle High German, sirens explicitly affirmed in the Old German Physophilos. Here's an example. The sea monster Skyela is a legendary monster who lives on the side of a narrow channel of water opposite her counterpart, the Charibids. The two sides of the strait are within an arrow's range of each other. These are some other sea monsters from ancient Greece. Charybdis is a sea monster in Greek mythology. She, with the sea monster Skyle, appears as challenge to the epic characters such as Odysseus and Jason and Aeneas. Scholarship locates her in Strait of the Messina. All right, so we're going to look this up really quick. Yeah, so Sarah, the other sea monsters that the Nephilim type aquatic creatures that they talk about. Yes. So other mythical figures, the sea monsters, Scylla, who lived near the sirens, were also female and had some fish-like attributes. Though Scylla's voice is contrasted with the siren's seductive ways by certain classical writers, Scylla and Charibids lived near the siren's domain in Etruscan art. Before the 6th century BC, Scylla was portrayed as a mermaid-like creature with two tails. This may be tied to images of two-tailed mermaids ranging from ancient times to modern depictions, and is sometimes attached to the later character of Melusine. A sporadic example of sirens as mermaids, Trill Otanesis, in early Greek, the 3rd century BC, can be explained as the combination of siren myth with Scylla and Charybdis, the female Oceanids and Nereides and Naiades are mythical water nymphs or deities thought. See, about nymphs. So the nymphs, that's another type of angel creature. And actually the people, the 9/11 hijackers in their like book, their like little pamphlet, they talked about that they would see that when they would meet Allah in his kingdom, that they would meet the nymphs, these like female creatures that would be their wives. So, interesting fact. So, these other creatures, the female Oceanides and Nereides, the Naiades, are mythical water nymphs. Let's talk about that. So, in Greek mythology, the Oceanids are nymphs who were the 3,000 daughters of the Titans Oceanus and Theus. In Greek mythology, the Nereides or Nereides are sea nymphs, the 50 daughters of the old man of the sea, Nereus, and Oceanid, Doris, sisters of the brother of Nertes. They're often accompanied by Poseidon and the god of the sea. That's another fallen angel that can be friendly to helpful. Not depicted with fish tails, the nymphs and the Nereids, have also been applied to actual mermaid-like marine creatures purported to exist from the Pliny and onwards, and Jane Harrison has speculated that the mermaids are Tritoneses of Greek-Roman mythology, may have been brought from the Middle East, possibly transmitted by the Phoenician mariners. The Greek god Triton had two fish tails instead of legs, and later became popularized as a group of prophetic sea deity Glacius, who also depicted with fish tail and sometimes with fins or arms. And I appreciate y'all being here and listening to this with me. I know it's out of this world information. It's prodigious indeed. All right, now we're going to look at, which I'm still going to look at these mermaid things, which I believe I could just go down here, the Japanese folklore, and I'll have it right here. Yep. They have a bunch of them. A bunch of different types of mermaid type creatures. All right. But I'll go to this one specifically. A shout out to Sarah for this fun fact right here. All right. Drink some water, then we'll continue. Yeah, Ningoyo flesh, which really means fish. My BA. And also, thanks for the pronunciation. My BA. All right. So this is Amabiye. Is a legendary Japanese mermaid or merman with a bird beak like mouth and three legs or tail fins who allegedly emerges from the sea, prophesies either an abundant harvest or epidemic and instructed people to make copies of its likeness to defend against illness. You know, that's something, you just chilling in Japan somewhere and you see this thing. For the record, chat, there's male and female mermaids. There's merman and mermaid. So they have male and female versions. The Am Amabiye. The Amabiye appears to be a variation, a variant, or misspelling of the Biko, Hiko, otherwise known as the Amahiko Nyudo, also a prophetic beast depicted variously in different examples, being mostly as three-legged or four-legged and said to bear ape-like, sometimes torso-less, dromedal or bird-like or fish-like resemblance. According to the commentators. I know, right, Sarah? Yeah, absolutely. And you see, that's a depiction on the upper right, or my upper right. I don't know, it could be your left, chat, but that's like a depiction of this bird lady thing. Yeah, yeah, I understand. Sick. The Ruma dolls. Oh, those dolls are pretty cool. This information was typically disseminated in the form of illustrated wood block prints, bulletins, or pamphlets surimono, or had drawn copies. The Amabia, Amabia. The Amabie was depicted on a print marked with 1846 date. The Alti station at the Amabiku pretending Amabie had not been known until discovery of a hand-painted leaflet dated to 1844. You're welcome, Sarah. I really enjoyed it. Thank you for bringing this up. There are also other similar Yog and Ju that are not classed as the Emabiya, Yamabiye group at the Arye. All right, interesting. Let's see real quick. I'll be right with you in a moment. According to legend, an Amabiye appeared in Higo province in Matoa around the middle of the fourth month of the year Koka 3, May 1846, in the Edo period. A glowing object had been spotted in the sea almost on nightly basis. The town's official went to the coast to investigate and witness the Amabiye. According to the sketch made by the official, it had long hair, a mouth like a bird's bill, and was covered in scales from the neck down. Three-legged, addressing the official, it identified itself as an Amabiye, told him that it lived in the open sea. It went on to deliver a prophecy: good harvest will continue for 6 years in the current year. If disease spreads, draw a picture of me and show the picture of me to those who fall ill. Afterward, it returned to the sea. The story was printed in the Kawa Araban woodblock printed bulletins, where its portrait was printed, and this is how the story emitted in Japan. Sarah says people now say the glow may be like a saucer UFO of the waters. Exactly. Yeah, I agree. And a lot of these things are UFO type things that are going on, and that's what they're really seeing. Yeah, exactly, or something similar to it. Latina, good night. Thank you so much for joining. It was nice having you. Ama Biku Group. There is only one unique record of Amabiye, whose meaning is uncertain. It has been conjectured that this Amabiye was simply a miscopying of the Amabiku, a yokai creature that can be considered identical like the Amabiye. The Amabiku is three-legged or multi-legged prophesying creature which prescribes the display of its artistic likeness to defend against sickness or death. However, the appearance of the Amabiye is said to be rather mermaid-like, the three-leggedness allegedly stemming from a mermaid type called Jinjamja Ami. For this reason, the researcher concludes there is not enough of the close resemblance and physical appearance between the two. Name variation. There are dozens or more attestations of Amabiku or Amahiku. Exact extent counting the Amabie, with copies dated back to 1843 Tenpu, perhaps being the oldest. Torso-less ape-like version, and Amahiku, Amabiku, sea prince, whose appearance in Echigo province is documented on the leaflet dated 1844 Tenpu. She says, Alien didn't mean to divert to the Poseidon, though. Didn't know this page was this long. It's alright, there's not much more of it left. We'll go right back to the Poseidon thing right after this. It's an interesting read, and it's not really that long. The hand-copied pamphlet illustration depicts a creature rather like an ape with 3 legs, the legs seemingly projecting directly from the head, without any neck or torso between. The body and face are covered profusely with short hair, except for the being bald-headed. The eyes and ears human-like, with the pouty, protruding mouth. The creature appeared in the 1844 and predicted doom 70% of the Japanese population that year, which could be averted to the picture of M. Ulite. Almost done. All right. M. Hiko no Mikoto. His Highness Heaven Prince was spotted in a rice paddy in Yazawa, Niigata, as reported by the Tokyo Shinshi Shin in Ishi Sinbun. From 1875, the crude newspaper illustration depicts a Drayuma doll-like or ape-like, hairless-looking, 4-legged creature. This example stands out since it was emerged not on the ocean but in wet rice field. Also, addition of the imperial divine title of Mikoto has been noted by one researcher or resembling the name of the Amatsushimi or heavenly deities of ancient Japan. Yeah, monkeys are here. Right. I understand what you're saying. These creatures in the crude drawings is said to be a dromedal or an ape. Interesting. Ape voiced. There are at least 3 examples of the Amabiko crying like apes. The text of all 3 identify the place of appearance as Shin Ishi Korai, Shinishai Korai, a non-existent country in Higo province, and names and discover who heard of the ape voices heard by night and tracked down the Amabiko as Shibata Hiko Zimun, or Goro Iman Goro Zaman. One ape voice Amabiko Nun Prince is represented by a hand-painted copy owned by Koichai Yumoto, an authority in the study of this yokai. This document, a Tremenius Post Quiem 1871 Mejai, or later the painting is said to depict the quadruped with extremely close similarity in form of the Mikoto ape or Druma doll-like by commentators. However, the Amihiko that cried like a ape newspaper piece is reported to have been drawn as a 3-legged monster, and the encyclopedia example describes by the Amabiko as a Kicho in its subheading. Thank you, Sarah. About the pronunciations. Thanks. Sarah says, news always wanting to debunk myths, just saying. Oh, yeah, they always do that. You know, they all see back when, let's call him Douglas and I were in school, we were saying like about the Nibiru, about Planet 10, and about the aliens. Before I went down the rabbit hole of all this stuff, like at that time we weren't even aware of these things completely, but we knew they had something to do with it. But like the mainstream narrative would said Planet Sarah, Amanda, and everybody else watching, listening, seeing the reruns. Everybody that was saying that Planet 10 Nibiru doesn't actually exist and it was a myth. And a teacher, or a respected teacher, also said that. But basically, NASA came out later and said it's probably true, and they make articles about it now. And then there's, I looked deeper, and when I made the video about it, there's this person that was exploring the stars, like watching the planets, and he said that he saw the thing. Like they're seeing those things, the objects beyond Neptune. So now they're saying the aliens and the Planet 10 are something that's likely real. Now, Nibiru's never been discovered, but they're more lenient that it's being real. But back, 10, 15 years ago, you'd be seen as a nutcase, a conspiracy theorist, a special helmet for looking at this stuff. So, yeah, exactly, Sarah. They always want to debunk the myths, but the myths are likely real. Sarah said that Ava's getting sleepy. She has her head down like she wants to fall asleep. She's still up now, just calm, and I'm happy for that, yeah. Alright. He's basically these things like monster birds. A tangential point of interest is that the text transcribed the newspaper reference we Amahiko, who dwell in the sea, suggesting there are multiple numbers of the creature. The foregoing Amahiko, the prince, was also described as a Hik Arai Manu, glowing object. The glowing is an attribute common to other examples, such as the. Let's see. Oh, so yeah. So basically, with these things, you can see how all these different creatures and things exist in Japan, just like they do everywhere else. And it says the situation is that we have. I just see. So one thing before I get to that is, it says 1830 and 1844. They're having is around these sightings that happened, and I think that something to reflect on is that it was so long ago before the internet. All right, so the Amabia and Amahiko. Sure, I said that right. Let's see. Amabia. All right. None prints reported in the Nag Anu Shinbun. And Sarah has questions. Alien mermaid bird transformed to bird creature and of the water. Exactly. The 1800s really has some sightings. All right. It was also purportedly seen glowing at night off the Western Sea during the Tenpu era, and illustrations were brought for sale of 5 sen a piece to Kasai. Kan Mishai Village, Tokyo, as reported in another newspaper dated 20 October 1881. This creature allegedly predicted a global scale doom 30 odd years ahead, conveniently coinciding with the time peddlers were selling them, promoting research in Ei Shun. Nag Anu. To comment that while the text may or may not have been generally composed in the Edo period, the illustrations were probably contemporary, though he guesses that the merchandise was Su Sur Monu, woodblock print. The creature also professed to severe heavenly Tenbu or Deva. EU Meishu. Alright, thank you, sir. Well, she was talking to Amanda, but I said it anyway. So thanks, Sarah, for the pronunciation of that word. Suri Manu. And Tenbu Diva divinities, even though he is presumably a sea dwelling. Ama Hiku. This one. Nai Yudu. Nun Prince Monk. Or monk on a Sir I Manu print. Purportedly appeared in Hyuga province. The illustration here resembles an old man with a bird-like body, 9 legs. My dude 6 is back. Guess who's back? Back again. Good to have you back. All right. Similar yokai. In Japanese folklore or popular imagination, there are also similar yokai that follow the pattern of predicting doom and instructing humans to copy a view its image, but lie outside the classification of the Amabia. Did I say that right? Wait, wrong one. Because this is something I got to look over. Is this pronunciation of this specific one? Amabia. Amabia. Okay. So the Amabia, Amabiku. According to a noted researcher, these refer to generically other Yog Inju. Alright. What I want to do is just get away fly. Right. Alright, here we go. Over here. Okay. That right there is like a little note. We're going back downhill. Alright, so Sarah says alien Japanese food back then was mostly from the sea. So anyways, at the sea having interactions, I suppose. Yeah, Sarah, so obviously these people had to be at the sea, around the sea, and basically during their expedition at the sea they saw these cryptids. Okay, thanks. All right, you're welcome, Sarah. Amabia. So the Amabia, Amabiku, according to the noted researcher, these referred to generically as other Yo Yenju. Among the prophetic beasts, the Eri, which appeared in Atarai Korai County, Hygo province, according to the Kofu Nish Enishai, or Shim Ibun newspaper dated 17 June 1876. Although this reported has been debunked by another paper. The Yamawarawa in folklore, the Amakusei is believed to haunt the mountains, although neither of these two emerge from the sea. Other similarities, such as the prophesying the three-leggedness, indicate some sort of interrelationship. There are various yokai creatures that are vastly different in appearance, but have the ability to predict, such as the Kyudan and the Jinjame, or Shrine Princess, and the Hunan game Bumper Crop Your Turtle, the Turtle Woman. A tradition of the West ascribes every creature of the sea with the ability to foretell the future, and there is no scarcity of European legends about the merfolk bringing prophecy. For these reasons, the Amabia is considered to be a type of mermaid in some quarters, but since the Amabia is credited with the ability to repel pestilence as well, it should be considered more deity according to some. And Sarah says, aliens, so similar theme going on. Exactly. You see a similar theme. Everything's in conjunction with in synchronicity to what's going on in different parts of the world. Exactly. And COVID-19. During COVID-19 pandemic in Japan, Amabia became a popular topic on Twitter in Japan. Man Aga. Artist Chicha Mino Marie O Kaskai and Tosh In O Ekai published their cartoon versions of the Amabia sounds Italian. Lost my place. On social networks, the Twitter account Oroshai Do, an art shop specializing in hanging scrolls of yokai, is said to have been first tweeting a new coronavirus countermeasure in late February 2020. A Twitter bot account, Amabia 14, has been collecting images of Amabia since March 2020. This trend was noticed by scholars. And now she's talking about the Fiji mermaid. Looks like we're going to go down there too. Oh, I agree, Sarah. I agree. Now the Fiji mermaid. Not mermaids. The Fiji mermaid was an object composed of the torso and the head of a juvenile monkey, sewn to the back half of a fish. It was a common feature of the sideshows where it was presented as the mummified body of a creature that was supposedly half mammal, half fish version of a mermaid. The original had fish scale with animal hair superior imposed on its body, pendulous breasts, and the chest. The mouth was wide open with the teeth barred. The right hand was against the right cheek, and the left tucked under the lower left jaw. This mermaid was supposedly caught near the Fiji Islands in the South Pacific. Several replicas and variations have been made and exhibited under the similar names and pretext of the P.T. Bamum exhibited the original in Bramum's American Museum in New York in 1842, but and then disappeared, likely destroyed in one of the many fires that destroyed parts of the Bramum's collection. Amanda, that's a gnarly looking thing, huh? Berninium, in his autobiography, described the mermaid as an ugly, dried up, black looking, diminutive specimen about 3 feet long. Its mouth was open, its tail turned over, and its arms thrown up, giving the appearance of having died in great agony. The significant departure from the traditional depictions of the mermaid as attractive creatures. American sea captain Samuel Barrett Edes bought Branuman's mermaid from Japanese sailors in 1822 for 6 grand, using money from the ship's expense account. I know, right, Amanda? Other accounts say a captain of the American whaler brought 5 grand into Batavia, Dutch Indonesia. Either way, the mermaid is believed to be one of the many being manufactured commercially in Japan by fishermen and fisher with a sense of humor as well as profit madness. It was possibly a composite, a blue-faced monkey, and a salmon in its case. The mermaid was displayed in London in 1822, advertised in publication by Limburd in the Mirror, and displayed at Turf Coffee House, St. James Street, and a chatting of it was made in artist George Kirkshank, 1822. So you see these little creepy things. So they're trying to make money and pull off pranks. So they created these like creatures, Now, you could say conspiracy theory wise, it could be a relic of a real mermaid type creature. But it doesn't mean it's not real. It's possible it is a real mermaid skeleton, a mermaid corpse, but they're just hiding it. So who really knows for sure if these things are real or not? But it's basically that it was some type of a prank or a hoax of some kind, but it could go either way. Always keep your tinfoil hats on. Sarah says could be a composite, sure doesn't disprove past sightings though. No, man, Sarah, it does not disprove any past sightings. Yeah. Looks like it's half banana. Yeah, it sure does. And basically, like, it's, very well put together. As I said, I do think it may very well be something real. The mermaid was displayed in 1822, advertised in publication by Jim Bird in the Mirror, and displayed at the Turf Coffee House in St. James Street. An electing of it was made by artist George Kirkshank in 1822. Captain Eadie's son took possession of the mermaid and sold it to Moses Kimball in the Boston Museum in 1842, and he brought it to New York City at the summer to show P.T. Barnum. Barnum had a naturalist examine it who would not attest to the authenticity. Nevertheless, Barnum believed that the relic would draw a public to the museum. Kilball remained the creature the creature's sole owner, while Barnum leased it for 12.50 a week. Barnum generated publicity for the object by having an agent send an anonymous letter to New York newspaper from Montgomery, Alabama, and Charleston, South Carolina, contending the Dr. J. Griffin had an object which he had caught in South America. Griffin was actually being impersonated by Levi Lyman, one of Barnum's associates. To keep the plan working, Griffin checked the Philadelphia hotel, then showed the mermaid to the landlord. As a thanks for the hospitality, the landlord was so intrigued that he began Griffin to show it to some of his friends. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Many of them were editors. I agree. I agree, Sarah. Yeah, facts. Yeah, facts. So as I said, chat, the mainstream narrative is that they're fakes, but they could be very well real, and they're telling us they're fake. So don't, keep your tinfoil hats on. It's probably real. Okay. There could be fake ones. Okay, but there could be real ones too. Griffin traveled to New York and displayed it to a small audience, then displayed it as a Fiji mermaid in the concert hall for a week, and it was actually only displayed for 5 days because Branum had convinced Griffin to bring American Museum of Natural History. Branum printed 10,000 pamphlets which describe general information about mermaids and stories about his specimen in particular. Well, Sarah, we could look that up. All right. Griffin traveled to New York and displayed it to a small audience and displayed it the Fiji Mermaid. In the concert hall of the week, it was actually only displayed for 5 days because Branum had convinced Griffin to bring it to the Museum of Natural History. Branum printed 10,000 pamphlets which described general information about the mermaids and stories about his specimens in particular. Yeah, man, that sounds like a good idea about the movie night. Yeah. So you're going to see some specimens on the right, chat. In the secrets of the sideshows, Joe Nickel documents several modern day claimants of the title Bramum's true origin mermaid, or as he described them, fakes of Bramum's fake exhibits as Ripley's believed it or not. Coney Island sideshow by the seashore and Bobby Reynolds traveling sideshows all lay claim to the title by, according to Nichols' opinion, none of them are believed. He also described an update of tradition that uses an elaborate system to protect the image of live woman into a fishbowl, giving the appearance that she is only an inch or two long. He relates the story of the performer who was smoking a cigarette in her chamber, and man outside was confronted by an angry patron who demanded to know this is possible mermaid was underwater. Exactly. Sarah has an idea, even if faked, based on some people's experiences, like a model. Exactly. A Guide to Constructing a Fiji Mermaid appeared in November 2009 issue of 14 Times magazine in an article written by special effects experts and stop motion animator Alan Frizzlewell. Rather than building the figure with fish and monkey parts, Frizzlewell used paper mache and modeling putty to seal the wallpaper paste and with the doll's hair glued to the scalp. Hilarious 6. I like banana bread, Amanda. All right. Let's see. Come on, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. I get what you mean, Sarah. Facts. All right. So a temple specifically about this thing. I don't know exactly where a temple is about this thing, but here's a sculpture of it. All right, so this is a sculpture. It could be probably new or something, but this is a sculpture of it. The temple, not quite too sure. We can't really like exactly pinpoint where it is. All right, Sarah, thank you. This is Bia. Here's another one. Ningoyo, human fish. As name suggests, is a creature with both human and fish-like features, described in various places of Japanese literature. Though often translated mermaid, the term is technically not gender specific. It may include merman. Literal transition human fish has also been applied. Yeah, Sarah. The earliest records of the Ningyo attested in written Japanese sources are freshwater beings allegedly captured in the 7th century, documented in later Ninhon Sukai. Okay, thanks, Sarah. The temple's in your area. Okay. But subsequent examples are usually seawater beings. In later medieval times, and Sarah, as you know, I love Japanese culture and like especially the Edo period. And there's a YouTuber I'll send you. He's Japanese and he talks with the katanas and stuff. And I really like the culture. I always did, as you know. But I really think it's extremely interesting to know about this stuff and these mermaid Japanese things from so long ago. This is so interesting. And also, Sarah, earlier I already covered about the Greek mermaids already. So I already covered about that before, and then I went to this stuff. So we didn't skip anything. All right, thanks, Sarah. All right. So Sarah, it's pronounced B A Goyo. And also, right. Also, the notion that eating its flesh imparts the longevity of the alleged of the. Oh, I said my BA. I said that correctly. And all right, Nin Goyo. No, I know. Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Sarah. And also held by signs of subsequent bloody battles or calamity. The notion that eating its flesh imparts the long. Okay, so we're talking about eating mermaids now. The notion that eating its flesh imparts long avidity is attached to the legend of the Geo Bik Unai. 800 years of Buddhist priestess Geo Bikini. Oh, okay, Sarah. Okay, interesting. We got some censorship going on. Okay. The description of the, let's see, Nin Goyo as having a red coxcomb Shuko Yu Rijin Dan and Sai Kakyu or light red haired. See, red hair. That's a red hair is a Nephilim thing. Corroborates the hypothesis that oarfish sightings led to the Nin Goyo lore. The giant Nin Goyo was alleged shot in 1805, even though it was held to be lucky, according to news circulated in Kawaraban pamphlet. The Japanese nin goyo, literally human fish, has been glossed and noted by the dictionary Kojin as a fabulous creature which is half woman, half fish, later revised to half, usually woman and half fish. Yeah, birds again. Yeah. Hence the term nin goyo includes not just mermaid but merman also. Accordingly, the nin goyo is sometimes referred to the verbatim translation human fish in English language scholarship, thus allowing for gender ambiguity. Okay. The term nin goyo was not explicitly used in earliest accounts recorded in the Nihon Shokai, a later embellished account, Shokotu Tai Shi Deraku, involving Prince Shantuku, claims that Prince Regnant knew the term ni goyo, although this regarded skepticism. The term ni goyo was likely absent from the primary sources used in compiling the shuki, and non-existent in the Japanese vocabulary during the prince's time. Alright, and Amanda says, why is it always the top half that's human? That's a good question. Because they want to look, not always, Amanda. Not always. Like the Amabia, which is this a crazy creature. It has like a bird face and it has scales on it with hair. So that one looks more like a reptilian lizard thing with a beak on it. And the thing is, a lot of dinosaurs are known to look like birds, Sarah. So, Sarah, the birds and the dinosaurs were linked, and these things are linked to birds, these things. So it's interesting. Interesting thought. Thank you, Governor. Governor. Cheerio. Governor. Okay. Alright. And the term nin goyo was not explicitly used in the earliest accounts. Asuka period. In the Asuka period, 619 recorded. The Ninon Suki, a later embellished account of the Shut Ukyu Tai Shi Den Iraku, involving Prince Shotoku, yeah, claims that the prince regnant. I read that already. That's okay. I like reading it again. It was fun. The term Ningyo was also absent in medieval sources describing the Kamakura period, standings in northern Japan, omens of Michin Okyu, considered ominous. For example, the large fish washed ashore in Hoshi, according to 13th and 14th text, but these were called nin goyo in a 17th century recompilation. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Dino Dina. 314 right now. That's another sacred number. All right. The earliest examples of Ashku, Sarah has something to say. All right, Sarah says, alien, since the fallen had no gender and mankind created in some image as God, man, then they must have truly marveled at woman, maybe why more of woman breed mixing. Hey, that's a great. That's a amen. That makes perfect sense. I make that I believe is true. Her caught in fresh waters, and it had been hypothesized they must have actually been a giant salamander. Sarah, get a load of this. They think that these things are the mermaids, but that looks nothing like a mermaid. Exactly, curiosity and jealousy. I agree. Another proponent theory is that the misidentification of the dugong. I know, right? Led the mermaid lore, but detractors pointed out that the dugong's range reaches only as far as Okinawa, formerly the kingdom of Ryukyu, and so was not likely to have been seen during the pre-modern times in various locations in Japan, where mermaid legends priestess who ate the mermaid is known to occur. However, this agreement is flawed since there were other sea mammals of the Sirenia. No, wait. Sireni order, namely the stellar sea cow. Let's see what is this exactly? No, I said it right the first time. Sirenia. which were native to the Bering Sea and could have plausibly wandered into the northern Japanese Sea. Other sea mammals, such as sea and dolphins, are also candidates. So yeah, those look just like mermaids. Sure, they're definitely human looking. Yeah, absolutely. They think we're dumb as shit. An indescribed wooden slate Makan containing drawings of Nin Goyo, 13th century, suggests the actual animal captured may have been principled pin ipid, such as the sea. Ritual offering tablet. Ritual offering tablet. Okinawa is not very near mainland Japan, in case no one knew. Okay, well, thank you, Sarah. Thank you for letting us know. An indescribed wooden slate Mukan containing drawings of the Ningyo suggests the actual animal captured may be been a pin ipt, such as the seal of ritual offering tablet. The ichthyologist's hypothesis that the Ningyo legend originated from sightings of the red crescent ora fish, bolstered by the lore of the reports of the Ningyo, has red cockscomb Shukoyu Rijindan, or light red-haired Kishiyawa. This cockscomb funny. Coxcomb also is mentioned in the novel Sai Kayu. Sarah says they were catching and eating dolphins, whales for centuries. They would know, I doubt, all sightings explainable. All sightings explainable. So yeah, they're and also they did whaling. I'm reading Moby Dick, and also I they talk about the whaling in Japan. They did whaling. They still do whaling in Japan. Despite the Ningyo being defined as half woman, half fish in some modern dictionaries, the Ningyo has been also depicted as having a human female head resting on the fish like body, as in the well known Japanese woodblock print Karaban pamphlet expanded in Kairai. Exactly, Sarah. A fish and a human are different. Oh yeah, Sarah, I'm still reading it, and it's very, very good. I love looking up the definitions. I've been learning so many new words from it, and you know, I understand, Sarah, about the situation. I know, but like, it was used for a lot of things, and oil and like lamps and stuff. I mean, I'm glad that the West stopped it, but yeah, it is what it is. It's okay, Sarah. And also another thing that they did was like, the sperm whale. I know recently they sleep vertically like this, and the sperm whales have been repopulating. But yeah, I really like those stories. Really cool. I learned so much because I love reading and learning new things. Because it's like I just want to seek. Like my one of my goals was to seek more knowledge about a little bit about everything. It just was important for my development. So yeah, that's why I like doing this. What I'm doing right now. And Sarah says, in Hawaii has Mabi dolphin diners at fancy restaurants. Oh, yeah. Dolphins are really, really smart, and they have a high sex drive too. This is a fun fact. Oh, it's one of your favorites. Awesome. And Sarah says, yes, in Japan, waste nothing mindset, and also thanks the creatures for giving their life. That's honorable. Japanese are so honorable, and I'll say, Sarah, that I like Japan how it has such clean streets, and it's such a. I've not been there, of course. I'm basing it off of what I've seen through pictures and videos. That it seems like a they keep everything in top shape. They have their monuments and things, and they honor their culture and heritage. And I think that's extremely honorable, and I appreciate that they do that. Because in the West, you know, it's just it's just a really dumpster sometimes, So it's great with the Japanese culture. It's very unique. I like it. And Sarah said, "That's cool. I didn't know that they slept like that." Oh, I can look up why they sleep like that. Exactly. Shout out to the spaceship cats. All right, so the chat. Yeah, Amanda. Yeah, it's more fun for the dolphins. You're right. They attack people. Yeah. All right, so this is the sperm whale sleeping. It's like they're it looks like they're about to drop a mixtape or something. That's what it looks like to me. They're about to drop a mixtape, but they're actually sleeping. I'm about to look up the reason in a moment. I'm just showing you all pictures. All right, everybody. Sperm whales exhibit unique sleeping behavior called vertical sleeping. They suspend them vertically. They suspend themselves vertically in the water column with their heads down and tails up. This sleep posture is believed to conserve energy while still allowing them to surface and breathe regularly. Yes, I'm gonna look up for sure, but yes, they stay in groups. Sperm whales are able to hold their breath long enough to remain stationary underwater while sleeping. So they're holding their breath underwater while sleeping. These animals are equipped with much larger lung system than orca, which allows them to exchange more air with each breath and have higher tolerance for carbon dioxide. Yeah, exactly. Oh, females are social animals. They make friends for life. Sperm whales eat giant squid, which live at great depths. Therefore, it's no wonder these these I got this again. Okay. Females are social animals. They make friends for life. Sperm whales eat giant squid, which live great depths. Therefore, it's no wonder these whales are specialties in deep diving. The record stands about 208 2,800 meters. And it says part of their brain is awake so they know if there's predators coming. They hunt their prey at night, and they can sleep throughout the night. Yeah, exactly. Sleep with one eye open. Sperm whales are often spotted in groups called pods of some 15 to 20 animals. Pods include females and their young, while males may roam solo, or move from group to group. Yeah, they do. One thing, real quick. This is the that one of those mermaid creatures. This is a depiction of what they look like. Very interesting. Also in China, like that too. I love squid. Squid's very good. Look at that giant squid. Tempura fried skin, fried squid. Very good. Yes. Luminescent squid. Hotel. Ika. We're gonna look that up right now. Yeah, this is the kind of thing she's talking about. Oh, this reminds me of the abyssal fish. Okay, we're gonna have to talk about that one. I remember, like, no one was around because it was really early on in my days of streaming, and only one person was there. But like, we're gonna have to do the abyssal trench stuff. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about the abyssal trench, and that's where these little critters are at. That's why they glow in the abyssal trench. Yeah, Kraken time. I'll tell you about what the giant squid eat. Faxamandra. Diet. Like other squid species, they have 8 arms, 2 longer feeding tentacles that help them bring food to their beak-like mouths. Their diet likely consists of fish, shrimp, and other squid, and some suggest that they may even attack and eat small whales. Well, thanks, Sarah. Glad that you saw and liked the video. Thanks. Him and I like to talk about abyssal. I remember him and I like it was like the abyss. It's like the abyssal trench. Him and I got into this big thing about that, and him and I like to study about like the fungus and the mushrooms. That's another interesting one. Not like taking the psychedelic ones, but just like studying like the mushrooms in general. Like this is pretty interesting. So like they have all kinds of different ones. The fungus, it's so cool. Like look at all those different types. That's so cool. And also these. Okay, Amanda. Understood. Yeah. So with the fungus, you'd think like just a mushroom, but like it's like this stuff's really interesting. Like to me at least, it's like that one's like the one they have in Mario. Oh, Amanda. Okay. Yeah, Amanda will be back. So she meant that for Amanda. All right. Well, mushrooms taste really good too. Yeah. 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 Very tasty. Miserable mushrooms. That's another cool type of these different mushrooms. Yeah, the red shroom. Yeah, it is poisonous. Yeah, I believe that. Yes. I think lighter colored things are more poisonous in general. Yeah, it's like a toadstool. Yeah, that is a toadstool. Yeah, and also Mario, they had a little uh of the little dude with the mushroom head. That's yeah, toadstool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, let's see how to tell poisonous mushroom. Mushrooms with white gills are often poisonous. So are those with ring around the stems, and those with vulva, because the vulva is often underground. It's important to dig around the base of the mushroom to look for it. Mushrooms with a red color on the cap or stem are either poisonous or strongly hallucinogenic. Yeah, right. The destroying angels, Amanita species. These incredibly toxic fungi are very similar in appearance to edible button mushrooms and meadow mushrooms, and have been collecting by mistake on numerous occasions on these species. Anatai by Sporigera is considered to be the most toxic North American mushroom. Yeah, I'll look it up, but I agree. Because sometimes it could seep through your skin. Touching a poisonous mushroom can generally does not lead to immediate or severe health effects as long as you don't open cuts or wounds on your skin. However, it can cause skin irritation and allergic reaction. All poisonous mushrooms cause vomiting and an abdominal pain. Other symptoms vary greatly depending on type. Generally, mushrooms that cause symptoms early within 2 hours of ingestion are less dangerous than those that cause symptoms only later, usually 6 hours. Yeah, it's like a lure. It's like trying to lure you in to a trap. Death caps are typically found growing near broadleaf trees such as oaks, birches, and elms. So pretty, let me pick you. Identifying wild mushrooms, what to eat, what to avoid. Jack-o'-lanterns, death caps, false morels, destroying angels. Mushroom collecting is practice that helps people discover local food sources and the bounty generated by their own neighborhood forests of the many different species in North America. Almost all of the mushrooms technically are edible, but many are too fibrous to consume. Only about 250 are considered significantly poisonous. The consequences of making wrong guesses or misidentification about whether a mushroom is edible can be severe. What's even more challenging is that some edible and poisonous mushrooms look quite similar. In the guide, we'll help you identify some common edible mushrooms and highlight which ones are poisonous, how many resemble varieties, and why they should be avoided. And Sarah, Bubbles is still sleeping next to me. Chanterelles versus jack-o'-lanterns. Chanterelles and jack-o'-lantern mushrooms look a lot alike. However, jack-o'-lanterns should not be eaten as they are poisonous. They will not kill the average adult, but eating them will result in several days of digestive discomfort. Discomfort. So this one is edible, the centrales. Gold yellowish, brilliant orange color of centrales makes them easy to spot during walking in the woods. Chefs love to cook with centrales because of their unique peppery, peachy apricot flavor, and because they are found only in the wind, and in the wild. Yeah, shout the bubbles. Where they grow, chanterelles are found only east and west coast of the U.S. and maturity. The maturity eastern centrales tend to be smaller, about the size of the first, than those of the west coast, which can weigh up to 2 pounds. Now Bubbles is up and he's looking around. He just got up just randomly. Welcome back, Amanda. When to forage? You can forage East Coast chanterelles during the summer and early fall, and West Coast chanterelles from September to February. Habitat chanterelles tend to grow in small clusters among hardwoods, conifers, shrubs, and bushes. Though usually several feet away from the base trees, they are also often found in litters of mountains and forests and among grassy grasses and mosses. My friend and I were interested in survival and like foraging. He had this book all about different like wild things in the woods you could eat and not eat. And I also like looking at it too as well. However, identify you can pull chanterelles apart much like stick of string cheese. Their interior is solid and white. They have wavy funnel shaped caps and no gills, although they could display gill like ridges running down the stem. Oh, you wonder if they're imported. Yeah, interesting. Yes. And how to identify. You can pull chanterelles apart much like a stick of string cheese. Their interior is solid and white. They have wavy, funnel shaped caps and no gills, although they could display gill like ridges running down the stem. Oh no, I don't have a link on there about it, but I'll go and I don't even know the book he specifically had what is called. I'll find out later at another time, but I'll certainly send you a link about books about that about foraging. Yeah, you could eat those raw. Yeah, but of course you could look. I could look that up to be certain, but I think you eat them raw. Now this is the poisonous one right here. The jack-o'-lantern mushroom is common mushroom with two varieties in the United States east of the Rocky Mountains. O. Phallutus ildens is bright orange, almost shiny west of the Rockies. O. Phallutus oliva scenes grows in the southern and central California. Op Phallutus is olive in color mixed with orange. Jack-o'-lanterns can be found in urban settings in the large clusters of the base trees and stumps and buried wood. How to differentiate from a chanterelle. There are two primary differences between chanterelles and jack-o'-lanterns. The jack-o'-lantern has a true, sharp, non-forking and deep set grillings that descend the stalk. Chanterelles have blunt, gill-like ridges on the cap of the stem, which stem off a jack-o'-lantern and peeled and inside of the orange. In Centrales, the interior of the stem is paler than the exterior. I will, Sarah. I will. There are two primary differences between the chanterelles and the jack-o'-lantern. The jack-o'-lantern has true, sharp, non-forking, and deep-set gills that descend the stalk. Centrales have a blunt grill-like ridges on the cap stem. When the stem of the jack-o'-lantern is peeled, the inside is orange, and the centrales, the interior of the stem is paler than the exterior. The jack-o'-lanterns also primarily growing in the hardwood forest where they feed off decaying wood, so you'll see them from fallen logs in the base of dead trees. Centrales are also usually further away from the healthy living wood. The jack-o'-lanterns grown in large clusters where centrales tend growing in small clumps that are more spread out. The jack-o'-lantern's cap will almost look like it's been waxed so the shiny, whereas the centrales has rougher texture. Oh, okay, thanks. Though not as common as some other mushroom varieties, chanterelle mushrooms can likely be found in many specialty stores, online retailers, and farmers markets in your area. You can enjoy raw or cooked, though most people prefer flavor and texture of cooked chanterelle mushrooms. So you could enjoy them raw or cooked. Tonight we got 40 views. We got 39 views. I meant. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, it would look great in pasta. I agree. Mushrooms with cooked greens are also good. Yeah, 39. It's the This is the edible mushroom native to Mediterranean region of Europe. Yeah, so these mushrooms are pretty cool that Sarah's talking about. King oyster mushrooms. Oh, because Sarah, when I put the type of mushroom you were talking about, yeah, it's the one that, yeah, yeah. Check you. That's what I put in there. Let's see. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know what either. I'll definitely try it. It looks really good. Thanks. Also, truffles are good. Thank you. That sounds good. I'll definitely try that. It looks very good. Well, that's cool that you all do that, Sarah. And yeah, the plum. Have I grown any what? Oh, Amanda, I've thought about doing that. Actually, you read my mind. Yeah. So Amanda, I don't know exactly what you mean. What did I grow in my garden? Truffles? I think that's the question. I have not grown truffles yet. I got to do that. Oh no, now I've not grown mushrooms yet. No, but I certainly would like to grow the edible, normal kind of mushrooms you would eat. Yes, I would like to do that. Not any poison or trippy ones, just like the ones you put in salad. But mushrooms have grown in my garden before, just like wild mushrooms I've grown in the yard before, yeah. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty good for truffles. It takes 5 to 7 years to grow truffles. True, true. Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, right on, Amanda. That sounds good, Sarah. That sounds good. We have reached 40 views. Oh yeah, right on, chat. All right. Yeah, so that sounds pretty cool, and I do would like to do the garden live, and I also would like to do the Sunday during the day ones again too. Those, and well, I always will do the late night specials, and also some of the daytime ones too, and the garden ones. Those seem like pretty cool ideas. Yes. The choa, that is the Japanese plum wine. That's what that is. The pink bottle is Kikuman plum wine. It's still the same thing. Yeah, I like it too. Japan's so interesting. I certainly want to get that. I certainly will. Okay, it's popular for soy sauce. Yeah. Also, I'll say always keep your like alerts out, and I'll let you all know about the future live streams that I'll do. Like the ones that'll be. I always will do these, but I'll do ones. I want to do ones on Sunday during the day, and I'll do a garden one at some point. Yeah, movie streams too. I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay, Amanda. All right. That looks really good. That sounds very interesting, Sarah. Okay, thanks, Sarah, for letting us know about that. She likes carrot cake and won the Chipotle pasta from Cheesecake Factory. Tacos are yummy too. Yes, sir, I am. The mermaid, because I talked about the Nephilim before, and as you know, and the mermaid thing actually probably would have been for tomorrow, because in the title I said leprechauns and the Nephilim. So the mermaid thing was like, I didn't. That wasn't something I intended to do. Yeah, but tomorrow we'll talk. We'll go in even more depth about the Nephilim, and we'll probably talk about the mermaids again too. Yeah, a bonus. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Sarah. You're welcome. Yes, Amanda, that would be a great place to visit, and I plan to go there at some point. And also, I like the Golden Triangle too, where they have the opium. That's interesting history. Yeah, we will. And also, yes, sir, we will. And also, another thing I'll say is that we're at the end of the show, and I'm gonna be closing it down. And this is a very great stream about many different things. And I'm glad that we had a good crowd. We had 40 views. And we're also going to be going live tomorrow. And so it's pretty interesting. Interesting stuff. Right. Yes. Yes, Amanda. Yeah. And also, Amanda says to the wonderful show, take me with you. And also, Sarah says, incredible streams, lots of topics. Y'all are a great crowd. A shout out to all the people that watched, listened, and tuned in. I appreciate everybody. And also, I I'm glad that you all came, and we'll see you all in a little bit. And I'm glad you all learned a lot. And have an amazing day and weekend. It'll be great to see everybody a little bit later on. All right. Amanda says she loves spending time with us. Well, we like having you and glad that you joined the spaceship. We like to have you here. And Bubbles is sitting over there in a chair over there. So, yeah, he's just chilling. All right. Rest all. Love you, Amanda and Alien. Okay, thank you, Sarah. We love you too. All right. And peace. Okay. My little thing right there. Yeah, the pirate thing says peace as well. All right. Amandra signing off for now. Hugs, Bubbles. All right. Love to Mary also. I'll let her know.